get off of Twitter after doing that little post there. All right, everything should be good.
Appears to be in order.
Yep. Hello, everybody, and welcome back with something slightly different today. Where I am here with you want me to use your Discord or your Twitter name? Twitch.
Alice of Bats is my screen name. That's where you'll find me.
All right. Well, I know what to put in the title. What do I use to call you? You want me to use?
Yeah.
You want me to use? You want me to use your old name or your new name?
I mean, if you could scrape it together to call me Alice, I would love not to be dead name.
I would love not to be dead name. Anyway, we're off to a great start. Anyway, we're here with Alice. I forgot to hit the dumb button, so it's not. It didn't actually update yet. There we go. Now it should be Alice on the. Anyway, we're here with a slightly different thing, with some ominous music playing in the background because the Dark Tide soundtrack is very ominous. But anyway, we're here specifically to work on the Rift Dragons' lore because so far it's kind of just been sitting in my head, and I decided I'm gonna drag this poor bat through the mud to not only commission him for art that he hates doing, but to also have him help me make the lore for this custom Space Marine chapter.
Yes.
Anyway, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yep. Alice of Bats. That's where you'll find me on socials and stuff like that. I am the unofficial Warhammer expert. You won't hear Games Workshop say that, but you will hear me say that.
My unofficial Warhammer expert for today.
A hired gun of Warhammer knowledge.
He brought the book and then threw it and then said, where we're going, we need scrolls.
Oh, goodness. And scrolls there are.
Anyway, we're off to a great start. I can't not stare at this image and not have a smile on my face.
It's madness.
Do you see do you see what I did?
I do see that. That's fantastic.
I forgot to post that I went live on the Discord. There we go.
Okay.
Anyway, the goal today is just to try and hammer out some of the lore for these guys, these homebrewed fanboy mans. Yes. That was a coherent sentence.
That gets us where we need to go. So I'm sure you're going to kind of guide us through the building blocks of where you want to start with building them, or do you already have a general principle and we can chip it from there?
Basically, I have my bullet point list of things that are basically to this chapter's little canon. And that's about as far as I got in the thought process, other than shiny colors. Anyway, I'm gonna be writing all of this up in a in a Google Doc in the background. But if any of you want to suggest anything while we're doing this, feel free to. But anyway, we should probably get started. Basically, I've already explained this to you multiple times, and I'm sure you're getting sick of me explaining it. But basically, the Rift Dragons here are a Loyalist Alpha Legion successor chapter. Technically, they're half Alpha Legion, half Raven Guard.
So does that? Who would they consider their father, and who would they consider their uncle?
Who would they consider the uncle that may or may not have engaged in strange? Who may or may not have engaged with their mother as well. They do align more with Omegron and Alfarius than Corvus.
I didn't even realize they have 3 dads.
Yeah, you forgot the Alpha Legion's made up of two fathers.
It's easy to forget. In my defense, and the Alpha Legion likes it that way, I got confused. So that's fantastic. I've immediately, a single hurdle on the lore has come up, and I have hit my shin on the hurdle and faceplant successfully. Within 10 minutes, we're doing fantastic.
All right. Basically, they were founded by a Alpha Legion apothecary who was one of the ones that originally worked on the fucking around with the Raven Guard gene seed, who decided to infiltrate a unknown founding, but most other chapters believe they're from the cursed founding. So they tend to usually avoid them.
So
because something unknown founding might have been the cursed founding, but whatever this founding this apothecary infiltrated, they basically disguised their gene seed as being Raven Guard gene seed by splicing the two together to a degree, because he worked on the original. He was one of the original apothecaries that worked with fucking with the Raven Guard gene seed back in the Horus Heresy. Now, the Rift Dragons have no clue why they did this. Whether or not this was some sort of convoluted Alpha Legion plan or not remains a mystery to the chapter. I should be writing this shit down.
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. I'm just keeping a tab on your timeline here. So cursed founding.
Potentially cursed founding.
It would not be a bad option. I want to say that's Millennium 36. Which is not, curse founding M35. So that's right.
Unknown founding.
So that's kind of right in the middle ground where, like, you could probably swing, especially if you're looking at traders. You know, you're going to have a lot more of the, veterans of the Long War there who are slogging it through the Millennium. But did the apothecary? So the apothecary founds this chapter. Was it originally founded with chaos intent, and then they're just like, oh, well, actually, we're going to do loyalist stuff? Or did this apothecary just kind of go rogue?
It's not known. What is known is that when the Alpha Legion caught wind of the fact that, at least it's assumed that when the Alpha Legion may have caught wind of the knowledge of the fact that the Cursed Founding, when they went to do that founding, they had found a bunch of pure gene seed stockpiles, which is why they did that founding, and also decided to fuck around and find out. It's believed, at least by the chapter, that, or at least rumored by the chapter, that the Alpha Legion wanted to probably secure some of this for themselves, and this apothecary may have gone rogue. Or it was some sort of 4D chess plan. Unknown to the chapter, and something they really want to keep away from the wider Imperium.
So I'm gonna plant another seed. Here's a seed. So the Raven Guard, specifically with their gene seed, like pretty much every non-Ultramarines Loyalist chapter that's survived up to this point, they have their own set of genetic mutations. Do you think it just kind of balances out at this point? Is it just so much of a soup that only the commonalities come through? Or are you looking at maybe incorporating some goodies in there, some genetic secrets?
I mean, considering the fact that the Alpha Legion generally doesn't have like many, if any, mutations, and also the fact that they aren't even very warp chaos tainted either.
Yeah, well,
They
you talked about their gene stock being taken as well from like a reserve. Is it a reserve of their own, or is it a reserve of loyalist?
I assume that my lore assumption is that when they caught wind of the genetics, the gene seed that they recovered, that they found for the cursed founding, when they heard about it, they were like, we're running a little low. We might want to go check to see if they have any, just in case. It's not entirely known why they went there. That is one running theory, that the Alpha Legion was just originally planning to go there to get some spare gene seed for themselves, if there was any available. And it's believed that the apothecary sort of went rogue a bit, or he was told to go rogue, or you never know with Omegron. Maybe Omegron's just playing some 4D chess and saying, you know what, apothecary, you know how to fuck around and find out with this shit. So why don't you go make the Imperium their own like Alpha Legion group? That should be fine. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong.
It's a wonderful way out of conflict. Oh, is there some uncertainty? Oh, that was Alfarius. What about this? No, that was Omegron. Or was it?
Basically, the reason why they're founded, not entirely known. Not even the chapter has full knowledge of this. They run a bunch of theories amongst themselves, more or less, but nothing is proven conclusive yet. And yeah, so anyway, this apothecary, after disguising himself to found the chapter, then acts as the chapter's chapter master. Try saying that like 5 times fast. Their chapter's chapter master. I should probably keep writing this down. I struggle to write shit down and talk at the same time.
It is a curse.
See, apothecary.
Maybe that's the gene flaw that they have. They can't write and talk at the same time. And the Alpha Legion just doesn't notice, because they'll be damned if they're putting their plans on paper. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I gotta put it on my brother's back, and then I'll just have to. Oh wait, no, you're the wrong battle brother. Oh no, you're not him either.
You know how in World War II they would like put battle plans on like fake soldiers or dead soldiers?
Yeah, and throw them in the ocean.
I think that's probably the only time the Alpha Legion would write. They'll just find some dead loyalist and they're like, do you have a pen?
Anyway, he becomes the first. What was the name we agreed on for like him? What was his name? we had a name and we have we forgotten the name. What was the name? Shit, I didn't write this down anywhere.
Oh, we had looked at I don't know if this was my literature suggestion or not. The character, just like a name kind of inspired by from what I knew at the time of the vibes. He's the protagonist from the Count of Monte Cristo, Edmond Dantes.
Oh yeah. I don't know how to spell that.
Well, the good news is we're not streaming the document, so you can spell it however you want.
Yeah, but then his name's gonna be like
Edmundus Dantes. Who is this?
Well, now his name is Edmundus Dantes because you said it.
Edmundus Dantes, apothecary of the Alpha Legion turned chapter master. That's a promotion. That is a hell of a promotion.
The funny thing is that Google is providing me an autocorrect for that.
Google really wants you to spell it right.
Edmundus Dantes.
Mundus. I just looked at how you spelled that, and that makes me so mad.
Well, that's his name now.
Oh no. I should have looked at how bad it was before I encouraged you to keep it.
Anyway, he basically... I say basically a lot. I really need to stop doing that.
Yeah, why don't we get Advancedly?
Oh, yes, of course. Advancedly.
Advancedly? What? I don't know. Alpha Legion, they would.
Probably.
I'm going to say that a lot.
But anyways, as I said it again. I said it again. All right. So basically, he becomes the chapter master and serves as chapter master for probably a good 4 years before he suffers a very unfortunate accident in the case of 3 shots to the head with a las cannon.
Oh yeah, I can't be doing that. 3 shots with a las cannon. Good lord.
So when the chapter's apothecaries recovered his gene seed, they noticed it doesn't really look like theirs, and it doesn't test the same as theirs. Is he oh wait, this matches with with Alpharius and Omegron. Wait a second.
Well, you'd be shocked. Well, at least in the 41st millennium, I guess it's M42 at this point. Belisarius Call, who spearheads the Primaris Space Marines program at that point in the future, does have a penchant for allegedly, really big air quotes, using traitor gene stock, just because it does tend to be more stable. So Belisarius Call would probably turn a blind eye, but at this point in history, you're squinting really hard.
Anyway, poor Edmundus Dantes dies. I have to write this down.
A very mild word for getting 3 headshots from like an anti-armor
las cannon.
I'm trying to think of the best analogy for how getting shot with a las cannon. That's got to be. I don't know if it would burn just like a wonderful, precise, 4-inch diameter hole through the thing you pointed it at, and he looks more like Swiss cheese than a Space Marine. Or if, like, cartoon style, that's just going to hit his torso and blow everything above the belt line clean off. Which is a much funnier visual. Because Edmundus Dantes being turned into legs, and only legs, is a very funny image that I want to hold on to with all of my...
Fair enough. Anyway, after that, they realize that their leader this entire time has been an Alpha Legion Space Marine. So they're like, well, can't really let anyone know about this now, can we? They wouldn't find out till later that he not only, like, at first they just assumed he had killed and replaced their leader at some point. Eventually they found out later that no, he founded their whole chapter along with the fact that their gene seed's been fucked with. it took them a little bit to get there.
Like finding out your dad is a bank robber. It's gotta be wild.
But anyway, a space marine, the space marine of the first company, space marine captain of the first company, Meltanus. That's the name I'm coming up with now. Meltanus.
Not bad.
Anyway, he is chosen to not only replace the chapter master, but fully assume his identity. So he is he basically undergoes a lot of cosmetic surgery, to say the least, along with some other like some voice modulation shit. You know, basically the whole 9 yards. They pulled out all the stops to basically make him look, sound, and basically almost act identically to Edmund. Edmunds. I'm never gonna say it right. It's written down, but I'm never gonna say it right.
You can get rid of the extra S.
Nah, it's been there too long. It's
Edmundus.
Edmundus. Oh, now it sounds like Among Us.
Among Us. Well, yeah, I did. When he explodes, it's the thing I said where you turn into legs, you just have one single bone sticking out of him. Among Us, Alpha Legion, it could work. I'm just saying.
Oh, this just gets more cursed every minute. Anyway, so basically, what the fuck did I come up with his name again? Meltanus takes over his basically his life, and basically nobody in the chapter talks about the fact that Edmus died, because you know we he's right there. Look at him. He didn't die horrifically in battle. He's right there. And when Mantis died, well, the next first captain of the first company took his place, and he also became Edmus. And a bit of an unhealthy tradition started in the Rift Dragons, to where the first company captain, if the chapter master fell in battle, would end up assuming their role and their life and basically everything. So even if, like, you know, a generic, like, you know, if they showed up to the same planet twice, more than likely the chapter master who showed up was not the same guy. He had more than likely replaced the original chapter master.
God, they gotta work on their security turnover rate. It's astronomical for these guys.
Well, their specialty is trying not to be seen. However, they're not the greatest at it. They do specialize in it, but they definitely aren't as good at it. They do kind of... They're not Alpha Legion equivalent. They're more like slightly below Raven Guard equivalent in terms of stealth.
They get the second best traits from each chapter.
Basically.
Wonderful disinformation campaign. Slick armor and moody demeanor, but wraith slipping is out the window. And
survival ratings are through the floor. At least for the leaders.
God, you gotta be sweating hard if you're the captain of the first company, about to be deployed. Like, oh god, I'm about to have to become Edmunds.
The thing is that over time, and after a few battles where the chapter master would fall mid-battle, they started doing it to where now the first captain, even before the chapter master's dead, would basically be subliminally programmed mentally to believe if they get told that the chapter master has fallen in battle, they will immediately initiate a sleeper agent mode where they will immediately assume that they are the chapter master. So
yeah, they go through their wonderful little like red book of code words. That's great. So when you become first
when you become the first captain, you're basically being prepped from day one to be like, yep, the chapter master is going to die someday, so you're the replacement. Good luck.
This dude is not going to last. Your secondary education starts now.
I'm gonna have to just for a bullet point just to put every first captain is Edmund.
You see, that's also the one trait of the Alpha Legion that gets carried over. Is everyone is convinced they're a dude, but none of them are the dude.
Basically. At first, it was just, we need to keep this secret. Then it became a unhealthy tradition.
Do you think... So does this conditioning only start when you become first captain?
Yes, it does happen when it's... When you become first captain, you're basically... The moment the battle's over and everybody's gone home, you're immediately being dragged back to the fortress and given the subliminal programming.
So here's a thought. During the creation of the Space Marines, so whenever basically the equivalency of a recruit is being given the gene seed, they're being transformed into a Space Marine, they're receiving these implants. It's a multi-surgery process. There is a point in which they undergo psycho-indoctrination. What if it was just a latent thing that you get at that point? And at one point they just, that's just sitting in your brain, and then your first captain, and it's like, oh, hey, remember that thing we taught you 8 years ago? I'm going to say the magic word, and you're going to remember. Oh,
I just thought of something that could make that even more funny.
Oh, God.
They have a select group of psychers who look over the new acolytes. Is that what they're called? I forget what the new what untrained Space Marines are called.
Neophytes.
Neophytes, yeah, that's what they're called. Anyway, these psychers go through and read their minds and are like, basically, oh, this guy's Captain Material.
Just a fucked up sorting hat. Yeah, you'll be an Edmonds.
I'll have to write that down too. Fuck. I should have gone and got Dave. You know what? I'm gonna go get Dave. He's good at writing shit down. Where's Dave?
Order a scribe.
I need to... Brother, I require a scribe. Servitor?
Where's a chapter serf when you need one?
I just messaged Dave. I require a squire.
I require a squire. That's a wonderful 40K in-universe version of Better Call Saul. Is require a squire.
Brother, I require a squire here.
I require legal counsel.
I'm gonna spell psychers so wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Physics.
Physics. Oh, that's how you know you've screwed up. It won't even take you back to psychics.
In
here, I'm sitting here all smugly like, yeah, of course I could spell psycher. And I went to DM you the spelling of psycher, and I'm like, hold on, do I know how to spell psycher? Yeah, that's gotta be it. If that's not it, you can publicly embarrass me. Okay, that's it. Thank God. I was about to write a check I could not cash.
You would never have been able to live it down in the Warhammer community. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, it would have been horrible.
Anyway. To get back to poor old, what the fuck was his name? Meltanus. Meltanus. There we go. I almost just... The thing is, when I was writing his name, I thought for a moment, it kind of sounds like melatonin. And then I nearly just called him melatonin.
Brother Melatonin.
This has been fun so far. But anyway.
Oh, very.
Anyway, when Meltanus perished in combat and they brought home his corpse to entomb in the fortress, some weird things happened with his corpse. Some weird things. It sort of began to start mutating. So they tried to just bury him in a coffin and call it a day. Well, entomb him and just say it's probably fine. And then they come back the next day. There's a dragon.
Just a whole dragon.
Just a dragon.
Gotta be a big...
Which they now keep in the basement of the fortress, guarding the chapter's important recovered relics, which they have like 3 of.
So did you just have a massive tomb, or were there just dragon parts sticking out? And they're like, uh-oh.
They stuck him in one of those like Space Marine coffin tomb things, like you see in Space Marine 2.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, he broke it. And now basically he lives in the bottom of the fortress monastery, guarding the tomb, and also some random things that they throw down there as well, because nobody's gonna fuck with a giant scary dragon, because they don't want to fuck with the giant scary dragon.
Now here's a question. I'm sure B was followed by a new identical Edmund Dantes.
No, they do not all turn into dragons. He was the one odd exception.
No, I was gonna say, what happens if you're wounded enough to like be put in a dreadnought, but not wounded enough to die? Do they just pull you aside and quietly be like, "Hey, dude, we're gonna kill you now"?
Puts Bolter to the back of the head. Wait, has it always been a dreadnought? Always has been.
Always has been.
Wait,
so there's no dreadnoughts.
Always has been.
No dreadnought captains. Or maybe one dreadnought who insists that they are the brother captain that everyone just assumes is off their rocker. Yeah, next you're gonna tell me there's a dragon in the basement.
Funny story, brother.
Brother, you're never gonna believe this.
Anyway, the dragon does retain some of Mantis's consciousness, not entirely, and it's very scatterbrain shattered. So the Psychers can communicate with it to a degree, but it's like trying to talk to a person with dementia. Basically, you can start up a conversation with it, but it'll forget whatever the conversation was about 5 minutes later. And then ask, who were you again?
Honestly, I'm here for the memory loss.
Yeah. To be fair, going from corpse to dragon would definitely result in some fucky-wucky with the brain.
So is he alive again? So is the dragon alive, or is it a dragon?
It's alive in theory. The apothecaries still can't figure it out. They would love to, experiment with it, but at the same time, the last time one of them did it, he ended up a red smear on the wall. So they've kind of just concluded that they can semi-communicate with it. It's easier just to keep it locked in the basement where the Inquisition won't look at it.
Good afternoon, Dragon Brother. Would you mind opening your mouth? And then the whatever apothecary is analyzing just gets smushed into a space marine shaped and colored pancake.
I can just imagine as Inquisitor showing up to do an inspection. It's not a dragon behind there. No, brother. That is a bird. Yes, a bird. Since we are clearly a Raven Guard successor chapter. Yes, a bird.
And I promise I'm not locking the door behind you. And I would encourage you to walk towards it.
Yes. Why don't you go give him some snuggles? He hasn't had any in a while.
Space Marine's gotta be hella touch deprived.
Anyway, the apothecaries do kind of also use his shattered mental state. Well, not the apothecaries. The psychers use his shattered mental state as like a storage drive, more or less, for every single person who's been Edmus Dantes.
I just know someone's going to miss the setup. His name was meant to be Edmund Dantes, and it's going to be pissed off the whole time that you say the character's name wrong.
Hello, Sniffums. There do be a bit of lag. I can see that on the thing. I don't know why that is occurring. Maybe it's because I have Discord streaming in the background. That might be it. That might be why.
By all accounts, I don't specifically need to see the document if you want to.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll probably end up drafting Dave to do it anyway if he comes. Hopefully.
Dave, if you're listening to this retroactively, you dodged a bullet. If you're not listening to this retroactively, if you are indeed drafting all of this, that sucks.
I might send this to him later. Brother, I require a squire here.
Require a squire.
I'm just gonna write down Psychers use Meltus Dragon as an SSD drive.
SSD drive. Oh, that's fun. Rely on the thing with a horrible memory.
Well, the thing is that because of his memories being so shattered, it's so easy to just, insert new ones in as a storage device.
I love the idea that you're going to get, like, weird secret codes and patterns messed up. Going to give you the wrong sleeper agent activation. Because this
well, it's just specifically for Edmus Dantes. Edmund Dantes. Just specifically for him, because if he falls in battle, if the Psychers don't get to him quickly, well, that brain may end up not being able to be recovered. So, it acts as a backup. In case. Just
to hold on to that really important Edmund Dantes lore.
So yeah, if you ever encountered Edmund Dantes and you've encountered him before and he has no clue who you were, it's probably because they didn't get to recover the most recent version in time.
No, what are you talking about? That's the same Edmund. You're just crazy.
What do you mean you don't remember me?
So, important question. Is the whole chapter in on it, or is it just one horrible gaslighting session aboard this?
When it comes down to information about the dragon, that's left to the captains. Only the captains, the Psychers, and the apothecaries know of this. Nobody else is allowed to know about the dragon. In the basement. And just to save some bullets, there's a pair of Psychers that guard the tomb to the dragon. So if anybody does somehow manage to get in there, they won't be remembering what they did for the last 3 weeks.
You're gonna get some horrible psychic whispers outside of the goldfish memory dragon room. I like to imagine that thing's repeating old nonsensical stories like a well-meaning grandfather, but it's just horrible draconic psychic whispers.
Yeah, they probably swap out psychers every couple millennia.
Brother, it's my turn off the rotation. I can't listen to that bastard talk anymore.
He keeps going on and on about Horus for some reason. He wasn't even there and he's going on about it.
He wasn't even there. Oh my god, you're right. I've fallen victim to the propaganda for a second. I'm like, what are you talking about? Edmund's Dantes was there. And then I realized it's perfect psyop because even I have forgotten.
Anyway, Sniffums, welcome into the stream. Sorry for the bit of lag. Don't know why it's doing that. Give me a moment. Gotta check something real quick.
Horrible disruption from the warp energy in this stream. Or it's some of that psychic dragon interference that we just mentioned.
Alright, I'll be right back in a moment. Parent has decided to make food. I was gonna make my own food, but they decided to make me food, so I will be back in about 10 minutes. You have the floor, Valen. Good luck.
Oh, don't leave me to entertain.
Alice, you'll be fine.
I can juggle shit.
Yeah, I'm sure you can keep Sniffums entertained. He's easy to please.
I'm sure I can talk for a lovely 10 minutes about the fantastic artwork that you have graced.
Oh, do you want me to put it up on the screen?
That you've graced well, we're already looking at what I think is the best version of this artwork.
It is the best version, but here's the finished version.
I'm sure that'll pop up any second. Like a pleb, I have to look at this in the real time that everyone else gets to experience it. Okay, well. I don't know if he's left yet. I suppose I'm on my own here. And if I am, it doesn't look like the artwork got changed around. So, I'm sure this is what the thumbnail's going to end up being. However, there is a piece of artwork that was being worked on that's a fully rendered piece. 'Tis of the Space Marines of the chapter that we're building today. We've been working damn hard on that. That's kind of been actively workshopped back and forth. However, if we are looking at... They're starting to forget too. And if we're looking at the lovely red scribbles of the screaming figure pointing to the background, there's 2 of me on the screen and 1 of Valak. There was a lot of workshopping of the art that went back and forth, and let's emotions ran a little high. We found a sketch that I did of Valak there, and I just erased the Mark VI helmet that was on there, and we just transplanted that smiley, smug bastard on there. And then I decided that the Primaris Space Marine could also use a similar treatment, so I threw my lovely bat's head on there. And it wasn't chaotic enough, so it just kept getting distorted and distorted. And eventually, we reached this point. I want to say there's got to be at least one more. Oh, I am so glad that I am about 8 miles behind on the stream. Because here the artwork has changed to the normal one. And I have been going on and on about the version that we had just been looking at. So for all of you who have the gift of being able to time travel by going backwards, you can see what I was talking about there. As for the actual art of the Space Marine chapter here, we workshopped the poses, we workshopped the kind of the environment we wanted them to be in. It was pretty specific with the nature of the Space Marines we wanted on here. Color palettes were pulled directly from various Space Marine based media, at least where you're able to color these characters. The Primaris Space Marine we drew heavily from the customization ability in Space Marine 2, the Firstborn, drawing a little bit more from that classic Dawn of War era of Space Marine. I gotta say, I love a good beaky helmet. Those Mark 6 beaky helmets, that lovely gentleman there on the left, with the pointy cone on his face, it does bring me great joy to look at. I have been brought on this stream particularly to advise on the Warhammer element. I do have a lot of Warhammer myself. There was a time that I decided to take the entire somewhat expensive army I had, rip all their heads off, and I gave them all those beaks. And it was glorious, I will say that. Was in the past tense. That army has departed. And in a roundabout way, it's actually found its way back to me, because I'm painting those very same miniatures on a commission for a friend. Can't escape painting Space Marines, it seems. The heraldry that you're going to see there on those pauldrons, you're looking primarily at Alpha Legion nonsense. And by Alpha Legion, I mean absolutely not Alpha Legion, not heretical, just absolutely nothing going on. It looks like a Hydra, and it may imply some chapter loyalties. But you'd be mistaken, and you'd be wrong, because there's no dragon in the basement, there's no dragon on their shoulders. Multi-headed dragons especially are crazy. And for a group of folks who desperately want to keep the fact that there's a dragon in the basement a secret, they sure do advertise their love of dragons all over. And it's good to see that we do still have Sniffums in the chat here. Thank you for hanging on and listening to me rant. When we lose about 50% of the narration, that is a heavy toll. And I will say that Valak had the wonderful opportunity to watch me lose my mind drawing straight lines on the bolter on the left. And we had to argue for about 20 minutes on about the straight line tool. So that was good stuff. I would love to find some time to do this again with him if possible. I would actually love to do a cooperative art stream, kind of like we had done to finish rendering this art piece, because that was absolute chaos. The kind of talking heads that we have here are from that shitty, memed out version, and there are about 4 other layers of nonsense trapped in the sketch layer of this drawing, just merged over. It's like Han Solo and Carbonite somewhere deep beneath the blue of this Space Marine armor. You're just gonna find absolute nonsense. All right. So, in terms of the continuation of this stream and where we're going, and this is fantastic, because I don't know if you can hear me or not. So everything I'm saying under the guise that I am being completely unmoderated. I wager we're going to have to address the elephant in the room, which is the instability of the Ravengard gene seed. So, for folks unaware, or who perhaps only have a cursory knowledge of Warhammer 40,000, these lovely loyalists all have a tendency to be just completely defective broken freaks in the best way possible. The Raven Guard are no exception to that. They have plenty of genetic deficiencies. I think they have the ability to... I think the ability to Wraith Slip is one of those things in which you are able to just essentially disappear and reappear at will. I'm not sure if that's Korax himself. It's all of them. At one point in the Heresy, the Raven Guard just essentially went completely off the wall, crazy, turning into mutant bird people. We're talking 1980s horror movie, body horror stuff. And that's good. You love to see it. And I suppose that's already come back a little bit in the fact that this guy died and immediately turned into our wonderful basement dweller dragon. But it kind of makes me mad that all of the bad guys, basically all of the villains, they're not bad because they're defective or that they have like a bad gene stock or something like that. They're just pieces of shit. Like the Black Legion, hell, even the World Eaters, praised chain axe wielding maniacs with a ceaseless thirst for blood. That's all just an implanted device. They chose to do that. I think the only case where being an asshole is genetic is the Iron Warriors. And yes, I am going to use this opportunity to bash the Iron Warriors. I am an Imperial Fist. Don't at me. I think the only Traitor Legion that I can think of off the cuff that actually had some form of genetic problems is the Thousand Sons. And even then, in terms of like, they didn't get the short end of the stick like the Blood Angels. Like their biggest shortcomings were all their dad's fault. So if we're making a genetic slurry of different chapters, I would love to address the wonderful room we have for experimentation there, but we'll see if that gets anywhere. Okay. I would also be curious if that dragon has the exact same internal organs of a Space Marine, or if this is going to resemble any form of extant animal, or if this is just kind of meat all the way through. I think that would be pretty fun. I'm going to give one more call out to Sniffums here in the chat, who is still just hanging out. We love it. We love to see it. We love to have you. At this point, I kind of feel like a late night, like almost AM radio host, waiting for callers. It kind of has that vibe to it. Hope you're enjoying the Dark Tide soundtrack that we have going in the background. I think it's still the Dark Tide soundtrack. What a fantastic score. I'm a big fan of the Space Marine 2 game that just came out. If you haven't had a chance to play it, it's absolutely worth it. You're going to get mad if you play the multiplayer, unless you're just cracked at it, in which case I'm mad at you. But the campaign's great. The score is good. I wish they had hired the same guy, unless they did, and I'm about to have just a big old egg on my face. But of the who did the soundtrack for Dark Tide, because Dark Tide is just wonderful ambiance, and the combat scores are just fantastic. If you're anything like me and you actually get time to do the tabletop, you put that stuff on shuffle, throw it on a speaker, put it in the back, you are set. It is good. I see your comment there. That is good. I actually hadn't had the chance to listen to it when the game came out. I'm a super big Warhammer fan, but when Dark Tide came out, I was kind of broke, so I couldn't get it. Kind of locked behind that price wall. But whenever I did have the ability to buy it and play it, I was completely blindsided by the soundtrack. And I got into a game, and, you know, we're just dumping magazines into this onslaught of rushing enemies, and the track that everyone knows, what is it? Disposal Unit comes on. And I practically ascended. That it may have been peak. I think it was peak.
Ah, so you've ascended in your peak.
Yes, it was peak. I'm talking about, thank you for rejoining. Playing Dark Tide for the first time, I went in completely blind, and Disposal Unit from the soundtrack came on, and that was magical. I won't forget it. Thank you for coming back.
Now we're back to the best version of the image.
Yeah, so I didn't actually get to see that you had changed the image because my stream was so far behind that I'm talking for at least 3 minutes about how we ended up with this nonsense.
At the very least,
behold,
it looks like the stream has at least recovered. So if you reload it, it should be fine now.
Yeah, let's have a look. I'm going to reload into it. Oh, I got an ad for MetaQuest. That's great. I got to stop what I'm doing right now and buy a VR headset, guys. I'll be right back.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Gotta become a gotta go get on VR chat and start making VR chat streams now. Gotta become a VR chat YouTuber.
Advertising to me on a Twitch stream, a $300 device. I mean, sure, there's got to be someone with that kind of money burning a hole in their pocket who just wants to hop in.
You'd be surprised how many people are throwing away $300 on Twitch.
Would someone like to throw away $300 on Twitch for us, please? Don't buy a MetaQuest. You don't need it. Virtual reality.
Go buy a Quest 2. It's still good. It's still good.
It's called reality. You don't need virtual reality, but
Yeah,
I need
fuck reality.
$300.
Fuck reality.
It's called selling them. You gotta sell me. Okay, well, welcome back. I actually had an interesting thought that I want to share with you.
Alright, what size is it?
If you cut this dragon open, are you going to find the Space Marine organs? Are you going to find animal organs, or is this thing just like meat all the way through?
Is it the meat dragon from the lava?
Is this the meat dragon? Is this the meat chair?
Carl, is that a meat dragon?
No, I don't know what you mean.
Carl!
You have a meat dragon in our basement!
Good times, that series. But no, if you cut them open, you probably end up with organs.
So, a second thing that I wanted to address was the instability of the gene seed that you do get with the Raven Guard and pretty much every other loyalist outside of like Ultramarines, and I did forget about the White Scars. That's a sin. The White Scars are
no. Their genetic flaw is that they have to go fast. They can't not go fast. They gotta go fast.
But the Raven Guard aren't great. I think you have a lot of good room for like minor mutations.
So far, the only minor mutation I have thought of, other than poor Mantis becoming a dragon.
I don't think that counts as a minor mutation when you're
no, brother. It's just a minor affliction. He's a dragon.
Brother, you might have a small what looks like a tumor. My brother and the Emperor, that is an entire dragon.
But anyway, so far the only minor genetic flaw that's occurred is their arms and legs developing scales. Like, not proper full scales, just like their skin sort of forms into a sort of scaly like look.
Yeah.
And becomes hard. Like scales.
That's good stuff. Which
increases the durability of their arms and legs, which is why you aim for the head.
This is an important question that I don't think you wanted me to ask, but I'm going to ask. So these dragons, I'm assuming they're reptilian. Are we talking a dry boy or a wet boy?
Dry?
So this is a big old dry scaly dragon. We're talking like bearded dragon.
Yeah.
Kind of dry flaky.
Like, he is Western in terms of the fact that, you know, he's he has wings. They keep him locked in the basement though.
Okay, so we're not talking to smooth, pebbly, slippery boys.
No, we are not talking about the wet dragons.
The wet dragon. That's a great successor chapter.
Brother, have you met the wet dragons? I wish to have not to.
I wish to have not to. You would get along very well with the space wolves.
They would get very good along with the wet wolves, you know.
The wet wolves. Brother, we don't talk about the wet wolves.
Brother, why are those space wolves all wet? No, run now while you can.
If you have to ask, you don't want to know. Anyway, the list, your wonderful list. I can't see. Where were we?
Here, let me just post an image of it in our private chat so then you can see at least what I have written down.
Ooh, the private chat.
Also, I messaged Dave again. Just one word each. Dave, need Squire.
need Squire. Okay, I love this. You're implying something. Would it be criminal to read from this document?
No, not really.
Out loud in a comedic fashion?
Yeah, sure, should be fine.
Because I love the story that these two back-to-back share. Psychers pick the captains. Psychers use Meltanis Dragon as an SSD. It really sounds like we are... It really sounds like the Psychers are in control here, but they're just really big pieces of shit. They're just like, I want you to die next. You're going to be plugged into the dragon memory card, and this dragon is going to be a memory card. So the captain, I'm sure the captain gets to pick the Psychers, but really, which way does this exchange go when the Psychers are picking the captains? I think we all know who's really in charge.
Well, you see, it's like branches of government. You see, one branch of government gets the other one in check, but if they pick each other, then who's picking who? Well, I guess that's another secret of the Rift Dragons then, isn't it? Who's really in charge here?
Perhaps this horrible whispering dragon locked in the basement talking to these Psychers all day, definitely.
Although that's more of a Blood Ravens thing, isn't it? Having the Psychers be fairly powerful in influence within the chapter, isn't it?
No, that depends. That's kind of a cultural thing. Like when you get into like the Space Wolves, and unironic Space Wolves. Space Wolves is my first army. I love this army. I respect this army.
Just imagine him holding a Space Wolves mini in his lap, just stroking it like an evil cat.
Alternatively, you can imagine a Space Wolf putting a bolter to the back of my head as I nervously say this. I love them. I appreciate them. I would do them no harm.
I would not put them in the jar. No, sorry.
Good Lord, I'm losing track.
Continue.
And the White Scars as well. Both of these, they're very... I would call these all of the Space Marines have their own culture, and they are all deeply cultural. These are Space Marines that don't allow the process of becoming Space Marines to hinder their cultural practices whatsoever. And so the Storm Seers of the White Scars, or the Wolf Priests, and the Rune Priests being the Psychers, the Rune Priests of the Space Wolves are very much so well respected. And when they talk, you listen to them. And it doesn't matter if you are the chapter master, or the company commander, or a sergeant, what have you. Anywhere you are in the totem pole, if these guys have a vision and they're talking, you're listening.
It's kind of ironic considering how Magnus and fuck, I forgot it. Leman Russ got along.
Leman Russ, well, that's because there are no Psychers in the Space Wolves. Just Rune Priests. They practice Rune Man.
There are no Psychers in the Space Wolves.
There aren't. Only Rune Priests. Psychic powers. Get out of here with that nonsense.
Magnus, they're literally Psychers. I can just imagine him. Like, it's the cat meme, the table cat meme, where that one person's yelling at the cat. It's just Magnus being held back by the Emperor while he's pointing at the Rune Priests.
The Rune Priest. That is exactly that. And to be fair, not to be a Leman Russ simp, I know I'm really playing my cards heavy-handedly.
She may be a bit of a Leman Russ simp.
Council of Nicaea, 100%. Magnus the Red is in the wrong. Leman Russ, barely even a hypocrite. Is he responsible for absolutely fucking up the people who would have saved the galaxy from the treachery of Horus? Yes. But it doesn't matter, because in the moment he was right, and it's all about being immediately right and not the greater good of everyone else.
Just remember, Magnus did nothing wrong because the Emperor didn't teach him not to take the candy from the van.
Actually, that's the only thing the Emperor did teach him. The Emperor said, hey guys, if you have the ability to hear the call of the van man, don't. And Magnus heard the van man, and he's like, I love candy. Are you kidding me? I'm made of this stuff.
Well, to be fair, he did kind of just give it as like a passing, the warp is dangerous, so, be a little cautious.
The severity of the Council of Nicaea, we're going to get into this. And
the Emperor never really disclosed much to the Primarchs in terms of what the warp really was.
Is this your cold take of the day? The Emperor caused the Horus Heresy? Yes, he did.
Because he was a bad parent.
He was a bad parent. Magnus the Rus is... I'm having
he spoiled a child, and that spoiled child ended up betraying him.
Magnus the Red is as bad a parent as the Emperor was, at least, during the Horus Heresy.
Yeah. Was he good before then? Yes. Was he bad afterwards? Oh, yes.
Has always been a perfect golden child who's never done anything wrong. And that's why people hate him.
The second in the 11th would like to have a word with him.
He's a lovable asshole. We could turn this into the me defending Space Wolves from Slander stream, but that is not going to do much for your chapter.
That is not the topic of today's stream. Maybe we'll do a part 2 where we will let you rant on and on about the Space Wolves and how they've done nothing wrong whatsoever.
One more thing I did pitch is we should do the type of stream that resulted in this lovely artwork that you're seeing on screen right now. I would love to do a version of that kind of stream.
Where you draw a thing while we chat.
Yeah, drawing a thing while we chat. Maybe not even drawing a thing, especially not a commission, because it will never get done. But just having the canvas out with a pencil and letting anarchy ensue. I can tell you it is a good format, and it's very fun.
Yeah, I don't know how we stream that, though. Like...
Oh, well, I that's something...
Oh, yeah, that would have to be something on your end.
On a technical level, I can tell you exactly how we would do it. And we can talk about that later.
This sounds very convoluted.
It's fine,
perfect for the Alpha Legion.
Perfect for the Alpha Legion. Not to steer your ship, but...
Brother, what even were our jobs?
I think it would be fantastic to get back into it.
It definitely would be funny. Anyway,
so I don't think your scribe is coming.
Yeah, I don't think my scribe's coming either.
So the last real note we have is Psyker used Meltanis Dragon as an SSD. Not a hard drive, specifically solid.
Yeah.
That matters.
Yes, because I am slowly moving away from hard drives. Anyway. Yeah, so anyway, I'm doing it again where I'm saying anyway too many times.
And basically. Anyway, basically.
Like Zoink Scoob.
Like anyway, basically, Scoob.
Like Zoinks Malkador, look.
He pulls the mask off of Horus and it's Abaddon. That's really what the last book feels like. Actually, it's nothing like what the last book feels like. I'm gonna go on a 3-sentence mini rant.
You know, considering the fact that Omegron didn't die in the Horus Heresy, I wonder if he'll come back.
The last 3 books in the Horus Heresy series make Abaddon one of, if not my favorite, Chaos Space Marine. Which is crazy to say given how much people like to complain about him in modern 40k.
To be fair, that is before he went crazy.
Now, you had just said something about, oh, what is it you just said?
Omegron.
Omegron, yeah.
Yeah,
so
he didn't
actually,
die, so it'd be interesting to see if they bring him back.
So
Considering they haven't
Alpharius,
even made a mini for him yet.
So it's weird. Alpharius was killed
At Pluto by
Yes.
Rogaldorn.
by Rogaldorn, who has a wonderful fight record against Primarchs, by the way. My boy Rogaldorn. Probably
Except
the
when it comes
undisputed
down
GOAT.
to assaulting an Iron Warrior's fortress.
Well, that's neither here nor there.
We're not here to talk about that one time.
Yeah, I'm not here to discuss the events of the Iron Cage, but in terms of the God damn it, I've lost the thread again because you said Iron Warriors. You said Iron Warriors, and my vision turned red, and I completely forgot everything I have just said up to this point.
Anyway, we were talking about Omegron.
Omegron, yes. So, Gilliman, after the events of the Siege of Terra, I don't know if this is relatively modern or if this is in the Scouring period. He fights what he believes to be the Primarch of the Alpha Legion. And I'm going to have to double check to make sure that this is still canon. But he fights and presumably kills them. So I think we're actually a little on the fence on if both twins are alive or not. Because the problem is I don't think he said it was Omegron he killed. I think he was under the impression it was Alpharius, but we already know he's dead.
Yeah, he's confirmed dead.
Yeah, he is very
He's deader than a doorknob.
Versus...
Omegron's the one that is supposedly still alive. Though, to be fair, we have no idea what he actually looks like other than he looks like Alpharius. And that he has also assumed the name of Alpharius in honor of Alpharius. And then there's also text saying that even the Alpha Legion didn't know that Omegron was not Alpharius. It's weird and convoluted and confusing, and that's basically how the Alpha Legion operates.
So my understanding is that the fight between Gilliman and one of the quote-unquote Primarchs of the Alpha Legion is really a big shoulder shrug. And the general consensus is, we'll never know. And it probably wasn't either of them.
Especially since Alpharius died on Pluto.
Well, most people are really, really heavy on that copium that Alpharius didn't die on Pluto and that both of the twins are alive. I will call bullshit because my boy Rogaldorn, undefeated.
Except for the Iron Cage.
No. Undefeated Rogaldorn.
Severed hand.
Yeah. Okay, buddy. Oh yeah, where's your Primarch?
Somewhere. Don't know where though.
Somewhere. Fair. That's fair. I can say
he went out to get milk during the whole heresy thing. Haven't seen him since.
Well, that's what happened to mine.
No, yours left after the heresy. I like to think that Omegron like just went to go get milk and came back, saw the state of the Alpha Legion, was just like, you know what? We need more milk.
Is the show Community that clip where he comes back into the apartment with like the pizza and everything's on fire? Whatever that show is.
I don't remember what show that is, but yeah, I can see that. I can see that. That's pretty funny. That's the White Scars showing up after they finally get the message from Rogaldorn.
The White Scar is also very underappreciated. Fantastic in the final books. And if you haven't read these books, if you're like me and you hate reading, if you can't read, if you have ADHD and holding a book either means you disappear for 3 hours and come out on the other side
traumatized,
completely traumatized and broken because you were transported to another world and can't go back, or you look at it and it appears as a brick in your hand that you will never be able to read, of which I do both.
Brother, I need you to read this book. No.
An audiobook. The audiobooks, specifically of the Siege of Terra series. Oh, it's not grammar.
You're not helping the meme that the Imperial Fist can't read.
The Space Wolf can't read.
The thing is that the meme's been going around that Rogaldorn can't read. Because he's such a basic man in terms of speech.
Jonathan Keeble does a fantastic job with those audiobooks, and I do mean it.
I've heard he does good work, very good work with the audiobooks.
Oh yeah, I can listen to Keeble all day.
I think he's the guy I've heard about that has basically given the Night Lords a Slavic Russian accent, so most people just view them now as crazy terroristic Russians.
Oh yeah, because the books didn't do anything to paint the Night Lords as crazy or terroristic.
Oh no! It already painted them as that. All their lore painted them as that, but now they're painted as Russian.
I don't know, with a name like Sevatar, or Conrad Kurz isn't particularly,
Oh yes, Conrad Kurz. How are you doing?
Conrad.
Imagine a loyalist successor chapter of them, and it's just made up of Batman.
People dunk on Conrad Kurz's name, like fucking Iron Hands from the Iron Hands chapter isn't walking around, or Raven from the Raven chapter.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the topic at hand, because we've now been going at this for about an hour and 22 minutes.
That's advisable. My apologies to anyone listening to the... Is there going to be a VOD of this?
Yeah, it's going to be direct uploaded to YouTube afterwards. No editing.
Fantastic. My apologies to anyone listening to the unedited VOD of this nonsense.
I'm sure they will all appreciate it. Oh, hey, that's a raid.
Nice.
Hello, Just a Dumb Wicker Beast. How you doing? How was your stream? Welcome on in. We're staring at an image while talking about Warhammer shit and being nerds.
Join the party. Stare at this image with us. Are you enticed by this image? I know I am.
Brother, you're making this weird.
I didn't say enticed into what. You're the one making it weird.
Mother Wolf, you need to calm down.
I thought we agreed you wouldn't.
I had to use it at least once. I knew
you were going to.
I'm doing well. We're just coming up with lore for the Rift Dragons here. Oh, you know what?
You joined us at a great time.
You know what I could do? Where is? Oh, there it is. I can add a text box.
Do not.
I can add a text box.
I don't know what you're adding text to.
I can put the list. I can put the list in the text box.
You put the list in the text. Oh my god. You might want to run spell check on this first.
Nah. Also, I should probably change the color from white to black because of the background. Oh, we'll make it a red. Why is it so big? Why did it spawn in so big?
It's turning into a long legs advertisement in front of my very eyes.
We're doing it live, gentlemen.
The wall of it's anarchy.
It just keeps getting worse every time. Yeah, that looks like shit. That looks like shit.
the chat in the left, these icons bobbing around on the bottom. We have a single piece of free space in the top left. If anyone can think of something to put in the top left-hand
Oh no,
corner,
that's where the notifications go.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so it's full anarchy across the board.
And then I'm gonna have to keep shrinking down this box every time I write more shit in it.
Is that an off red?
I need to change the color of that. That blends in too much with the pencil.
If you'd like, I could frantically whip up a version without the bolt gun.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It is entirely the Texas fault.
That's fair. Well, this text, for the people who are just now joining us, I would like to clarify once again on my own behalf. We know that name does not spell Edmond Dantes.
There we go. Now people can somewhat read that a bit better.
And his name is not Edmond Dantes.
He is Edmundus Dantes.
Edmundus Dan. It's not Dantes anymore.
Well, there will be some level of consistency at some point. You know what? I think I made that text box even worse.
This is straining.
You're telling me. Trying to make a text box that looks decent. There we go. Now it's just blinding. There we go. That fixes all the problems. Now it blends in with the background.
That's good.
Yeah, that works. Problem solved. It only took like 20 attempts.
and about as many minutes.
Yeah. Anyway, welcome on in, Raiders. Prepare to be nerded out too, unless you want to leave. That's fine. Fair enough. I understand not everybody wants to get nerded on.
I just want you to know, though, that if you leave, I'm going to cry about it. Okay?
Mother Wolf, you need to calm down. Mother Wolf, put away the teardrops. Mother Wolf, put them down.
Teardrops after the stream. So Psychers picked the captains. We have the SSD dragon in the basement. Our timeline has stalled. And now we're just kind of on the info dump.
For some reason, it's cutting like the text in half. I don't know why.
We're gonna live.
Anything longer than a few inches, it for some reason doesn't want to do.
We may survive. What is our next point of discussion? Where do we go from this wonderful dragon in the basement? Surely there's more wacky hijinks.
At the current moment, I'm trying to figure out why, oh, that broke that.
While you're fixing that, would you like me to go over a brief recap for those who have joined
us?
Yeah,
sure, why not?
May even be staying. So we've been trying to iron out some lore for the Rift Dragons. It's a custom chapter. Wonderful storied history that I'm going to briefly go over here to play some catch up. So founded, its roots go back to the Alpha Legion. To what end it was created, that's lost. No one really knows at this point. But the gene seed is pretty heavily implied to be just primarily Alpha Legion, Raven Guard, and basically whatever they can get their mitts on. Their original replacement chapter master, not the founder, but their chapter master, got murked, just completely exploded on by las cannons. But instead of dying and becoming a corpse, the corpse did some funny stuff and has become essentially a dragon that is chained in the basement of, you said, a fortress monastery?
Yeah.
in the basement of a fortress monastery.
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the text box. The text box is just proving to be too shitty for me to fuck around with.
The identity of the chapter master is the same across every single chapter master. It is the duty of the first captain to assume the identity of the chapter master when the chapter master dies. Horrible turnover rate. And the candidates are kind of filtered through the chapter psychers to see who's going to be a good fit for the role. And this is indoctrination that's planted early. Now, in terms of who believes it, who doesn't, that's up for debate. You're talking about the Alpha Legion here at the end of the day, basically. But yeah, the dragon is basically a backup memory for whoever's going to become the chapter master on the heels of the previous guys.
Well,
becoming jello.
I wasn't able to put the text there, but Edmund Dantes.
Edmund Dantes.
We will never have any consistency on this name.
I'm just going to say Edmund. So Edmund's Dantes. I'm going to say Dantes because it's more sounding.
It's funnier.
Phonetically, I would describe it as foul. So yeah, that's about where we're at. So we have some lovely dragon-coated Alpha Legionnaires that are stealing their identity.
I finally got a response from Dave.
Oh,
he says he's too sleepy.
Honestly, fair.
It's only 8:12. He can't be that sleepy. Oh, hey, look, there he is.
Jesus, I pressed the button like 5 times and it didn't go.
Hello, Dave.
Welcome.
Are you ready to be a squire?
I
need you to write down my shit.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry if you're too sleepy. I understand.
No, I just went up and down the stairs, so suddenly I'm awake.
Anyway, I'm going to share you the Google document.
I want to run with this sleepy thing because I'm looking at his little icon in the bottom left corner.
You just see
passed out on the floor.
That's a corpse, but you know.
What the fuck is my other Warhammer stuff?
Really, what is the difference between someone sleeping and a corpse? Except pretty much everything.
In reality, possibly just the life energy.
I would wager functioning lungs and a beating heart plays a pretty big role in it.
Quick, Valen, doodle something for me to put in for Dave.
Doodle something for Dave.
Quick, yes. Doodle something. Turn him into a servo skull or something. I don't know.
Dave the servo skull. That's easy. Coming right up, kids.
Anyway, well, Valen works on that. Dave, are you ready to begin acting as the squire?
Yes, as soon as I can get into the
I have to make your guys' box bigger because now Dave has made you all tiny. There we go.
Oh, Squire boy, more writing, please.
My fingers can only go so fast, Lord.
Oh my god, that's great.
Perfect.
The horrible little... Oh, I know exactly what this is going to be. There's some little, like, horrible techno thrall, but, like, done in the way that you see those, like, toilet paper holders. You ever seen those?
Probably. Anyway, are you ready? Are you ready to start writing down, Squire?
I keep trying to open the document, but it keeps asking me to request for access.
Did you request for access?
Yeah, I did. I don't know. Maybe it just doesn't like me being on my phone.
Oh, there we go. You have access now.
All right, here we go.
There we go. Now we have a squire. I didn't think it'd be this hard to talk and write down at the same time. I would have requested you earlier, Dave, if it weren't for the fact that I didn't think this would be too hard. And then we determined we needed a squire. But anyway, you've only missed like an hour and 22 minutes of us rambling about Warhammer.
It's gonna be a real weird question, Dave. What kind of hair do you have? Are you?
He's buzz cut.
Am I bald? Yeah, pretty much. I shaved my head.
He shaves his
Oh my
head a
God.
lot.
I can't believe I was right.
Man, he called you to a T, Dave.
I pretty much look like Leandros.
No, don't compare yourself to Leandro.
Brother, do not compare yourself to him. We do not speak of Leandros here.
Last time I disproved of him, he slapped me across the face.
Brother, you are only face.
I miss my pelvis bone.
Yeah. A Skitari complaining about its new life as a Skitari.
Oh, I thought it was just a turbo skull.
You've now been promoted to Skitari. You're still going to be a service skull because I'm not going to ask Valen to draw a Skitari at this time of day, at this time of year, in this part of the stream.
I have a whole thrall of sorts that is hurtling in your direction right now, that I'll be delighted to take any criticism on, and by that I mean if you insult it, I'm gonna cry. This feels about right.
I'm gonna have to go through that in the Valen folder.
You're gonna throw that in the folder? Oh, I'm so glad it makes the folder.
Alright, now that I got that, I gotta go throw it in for the, I'm gonna put this in and then completely forget about it, and the next time Dave shows up, he's gonna be a horrifying servitor.
He's gonna be the horrible toilet paper wielding...
Anyway, Dave, how do you like it?
Oh, is it on the stream?
Yeah, it's on the stream.
It should be there any second for you.
I don't have that open. Hang on, let me get my fucking computer up.
You look like nightmare fuel, not gonna lie.
Hey, come on, it's the 41st millennium. We can't all be winners.
We can't all be something that'll make me immediately laugh the moment I look at it.
You're telling me I can't be a chatted out space marine with a furry head? I gotta hold it. I'm gonna be the toilet paper holder? Yes, it does happen. I want you to know that where this is on the canvas, it has just been rendered in the top right corner of the canvas where you have the words Edmund's Dandies. So there is just this out of context little servitor doodle.
Just leave that for the full image for when that gets when I have it to have for the titles card for the stream uploads. It just gets worse. Every time we think we're getting back on track, it gets worse.
I just wasn't anticipating having the
suddenly
squire.
Having to draw a squire with toilet paper.
Better hire a squire.
Anyway, Dave, are you ready to begin writing our incoherent ramblings? All right. So anyway, where were we, Dave? You have the list up. Where were we? Where do we leave off on?
Scale-like skin on arms and legs.
Ah, yes, we got into their genetic mutations. Yeah, they developed scale. Like, yeah, we already went over this. Let's see. What was?
We were ready to begin a whole new point. We
were
reached the segue.
Yes, we have concluded the segue. This was the segue all along. Yes, you've been fooled.
Truly, an Alpha Legion maneuver has been pulled here today.
Anyway, not the Alpha Legion, the Rift Dragons.
Oh my God.
The Rift Dragons very much don't like engaging with the Inquisition for the many obvious questions of, hey, wasn't that chapter master killed in this battle? No, he wasn't. No. Hey, look over there.
You know, that would make him the oldest survivor. Like, he would be older than, who's the actual oldest? Dante.
I think Bjorn is like one of the oldest.
It's either Bjorn or Dante. I think Bjorn is technically considered dead because he's in a dreadnought.
Yeah.
Bjorn is absolutely
Abaddon,
oldest.
if you don't count the weird warp shenanigans.
I don't count the warp shenanigans. Heretics have no place in this discussion about the Alpha Legion. But yeah, you think the Inquisition would catch on to this very, very old.
So to keep basically anytime they're involved on a planet and the Inquisition shows up, suddenly you're not dealing with the Rift Dragons, you're dealing with the Twin Ravens. Nobody knows why the Twin Ravens showed up, how they got there, when they got there, but suddenly you're dealing with the Twin Ravens. Rift Dragons? Never heard of them. They must have left. Must have left before we got here. When did we land? You best not ask questions. So anyway, the 9th company of the Rift Dragons is called the Twin Raven Company. And they basically function as the False Legion. Where anywhere that the Rift Dragons need to or want to get involved in, but the Inquisition's there, they send in the 9th Company to basically pose as a completely different chapter. A false chapter of the Twin Ravens. And it's totally not because I was trying to come up with ideas for paint schemes for a completely different homebrew chapter and just thought it looked really neat.
I mean, it does look neat.
It does look really neat. You've just created more work for yourself because now I have an idea to have a commission of one of the 9th Company members like transitioning from the standard Rift Dragons paint scheme to like the Twin Ravens paint scheme. Like you see how a lot of Alpha Legion art does it.
I'm starting to get what I would describe as Cat in the Hat rage. I'll kill you, and I'll make it look like a bloody accident.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, Dave, as you can see from the picture in the background, I am not his favorite person that commissions stuff from him.
Absolutely losing my goddamn mind. Because I keep being asked to draw robots and robot accessories.
And sometimes the odd spaceship.
And yes, unpopular opinion, I'm counting Space Marines. If I can't see flesh on it, you're a robot or a robot accessory. I don't care if there's a human inside it. Gundam's power armor, it doesn't matter.
You must really hate the Iron Hands then.
You see, the funny thing about the Iron Hands is there's a certain point of like being covered in greebles at which I don't have to worry about shit anymore, and I can just like, oh, I don't want to draw this part. I'll just throw like a techno arm over it, or like I'll cover it up with something else. And same with the Space Wolves too. It's like, don't want to draw a smooth pauldron, throw a fucking wolf pelt over it. No problem.
Solves all problems.
It does solve all problems. Ultramarines in clean-cut chapters are hands down the worst because they're prim and proper, and they're going to be wearing their ornate bullcrap. And I'm going to have to find out the correct perspective for the laurels of victory or whatever.
Anyway, why don't we? Why do Dave hasn't been here yet? Why don't we show Dave the finished version of this, or at least the finished
what's
version, as much of it as you can see, with all the crap we've thrown on the screen. But anyway, here we have a picture of the Rift Dragons in their colors, which is basically Space Wolf's gray for the body, most of the legs, well, the upper legs, most of the arms, and then a tealish Alpha Legion green for a lot of the rest.
Oh crap. Okay.
And this was a detail done by Valen, which I really do like, is the drawn on scales, the etched in scales on the armor for the firstborns, which I really like. Oh, you know what we could do for, like, if again, this is another off-topic thing, but for the next time we do this, when we do the art thing, you could draw like the official chapter badge.
You just can't wait for me to die, can you?
At least the chapter badge isn't like a robot or anything. It's just a two-headed dragon. It's basic shapes. It can't. At least I'm not asking for you to draw a whole Space Marine again, which I'm going to be doing later. But anyway, back on topic here with Edmus Dentes.
Oh, here we are.
Dentes.
Anyway.
Oh my god, I see myself now.
Oh, did it just come through?
Yeah, I just loaded up the stream.
He's I sent you the photo as well, Dave, in case you ever want to use it for yourself. Alright. Anyways. We were on the Twin Ravens subsection, the ninth company.
Yes.
Anyway, the captain of the ninth company technically holds the same rank as the chapter master in terms of command, because he basically has to play the role of the chapter master whenever the Inquisition shows up, because he has to play the appearance of the Twin Ravens being a full-blown chapter, when really it's just one company of the Rift Dragons. So basically, whenever they're asked, where's the rest of your chapter? At home. Why aren't they here? They're getting milk.
Do not need them.
They're getting milk.
One company is more than enough for this foul infestation.
I do not trust whatever milk you're getting from the Imperium of Man.
Anyway, the Rift Dragons.
Green unpasteurized shit.
The Rift Dragons have a tendency to collect equipment and shit they find from Alpha Legion warbands. More so they can figure out why the hell they exist. Though a lot of the shit they collect hasn't really done much to help. They managed to capture a Alpha Legion servo skull, but haven't really gained much information from it, other than the fact that the servo skull is where they managed to get the information on the fact that their chapter master was always an Alpha Legion Marine. That's where they got the information on that from. You're writing this down, right, Dave?
Yep, just hang on. There we go. The fucking computer would load.
Yeah. Thanks again, Dave. I really needed this, because we were going to get nowhere if I had to keep pausing talking every 50 minutes to write shit down, because I can't write and speak at the same time.
Also, if my role is not clear, I am moral support and lore consultant.
Yes, he is the lore consultant, and he helps me shape the Legion a bit. I mean, not the chapter.
You gotta get out of this headspace, man.
I blame the Alpha Legion.
Oh yeah, you think?
Anyway, the 10th company of the 10th company of the Rift the 10th company of the Rift Dragons operates is basically they do have scouts. However, it's unknown if the 10th company is bigger than it's supposed to be because of the fact that a lot of the 10th company is also made up of spies and infiltrators. Because you can't have anybody related to the Alpha Legion without some spying and infiltration. And basically, they, for some reason, unknown to other people, the Rift Dragons will usually show up either just before or just after a Alpha Legion warband has revealed themselves. So it's unknown whether or not the Rift Dragons have spies within the Alpha Legion, or if they just have really good informants. But they will usually show up on occasion, not all the time. They aren't all-seeing, but they will, certain Alpha Legion warbands, they will end up showing up whenever they reveal themselves or are preparing to reveal themselves. Which is also a reason why the Inquisition is not exactly too trusting of them. Oh yes, brother, I am here for the milk, but you know, there's some chaos here, so I might as well deal with that while I'm here, yes.
Damn it, they found us. You sure we can't throw the wall over their eyes and just say that we're the rift lizards?
I should mention their homeworld, because honestly, it'd be stupid of me not to. Because I already mentioned they have a fortress monastery, so they aren't like, you know, a nomadic chapter. They do have a home world. I'm just trying to think of a name for it that isn't just ripping off the names we've already. Ah, yes, name the world Edmund Dantes after Dantes.
I mean, Edmund Dantes was locked away in the Chateau d'If.
Or is it really Edmund Dantes, or is it's like the ship of Theseus? How many parts can we replace before it's not the same ship anymore?
That's fair.
You will place every marine in a chapter. Is it still the same chapter?
Anyways, you got any ideas for good names, Malin? I mean, Alice.
I'm thinking. That depends. I think it kind of depends on the nature of the world. Are you kind of wanting like craggy rock, or is this a very verdant world? Like, when you think homeworld of these people, what's the initial like environment that your brain conjures?
Probably a hive world, considering they enjoy spying, and hive worlds are a good place to start practicing. That would be a good idea, probably. And that they kidnap who they choose to become an... What was it again? Neolite?
Neophyte.
Neophyte, yeah. And they spy. They have They have a group of just apothecaries that go about like from the 10th company that go about and just suddenly there was some people here, and suddenly there aren't. And for some reason, the missing person reports are disappearing.
So you got a hive world.
Basically, their recruitment method is, I swear, Your Honor, I didn't kidnap this person. But if I did, it's a bit too late now because they're already a Space Marine. Oh, and also unfortunate for them, they've been chosen to be the next captain of the first company.
What?
We already went on a rant about this, but if you go and read the bulletins, Mr. Dave, the captain of the first company is always the replacement for Edmus Dantes.
It's not a great position.
I mean, to them, it's a very honorable title to be given. Just so you know, the moment you get the chapter master job, that's when it becomes a really bad time. But until then, you're having the time of your life.
It's just a high turnover management position.
When you chose it, you don't fucking die.
Careful,
like,
Sniffums, I'll make you captain of the second company. And then you'll be one captain ship away from the first company.
Yeah, the psychers are watching you. They know what you're capable of, and they know if you'd be a good fit.
Yeah.
Oh, the best part is you don't get a choice.
Inquisition.
Don't you even? What if we did even?
The Inquisition stares at this and they're like, the Space Marine's been alive for a really long time for some reason, yet there's also conflicting reports of him dying.
I think they have.
And then suddenly, that member of the Inquisition goes missing.
They have that one soundbite. No.
Suddenly, those reports go missing, and suddenly, also, that member of the Inquisition may or may not have ended up dead in a horrific accident in the streets.
Did you hear about that? That poor Inquisitor who fell out a window? That's the 18th one this week.
Yeah, in this one specific sector.
Yeah, they really love this building.
He says, covered in blood.
Maybe we should install more railings.
It's the windowless city.
Yes, more railings.
Anyway, the Rift Dragons kidnap their neophytes because the less questions asked, the better. It's just easier, you know? Like, their apothecaries go out, judge who's, potentially from the 10th company specifically, because espionage is their game. Specifically to look for potential candidates that would be good fits for the chapter. Specifically, ones that are, well, tough, are also cunning, and good at lying. And since it's a hive world, those aren't in short supply.
And that usually ends up with you in custody anyway, right? You're basically shopping for criminals. We want you to be a great liar. We want you to be deceptive.
We don't go. Well, I mean, we could go that far. Brainwashing goes a long way, don't you know? we don't want to end up Night Lordsy here.
God, I love the Night Lords. I love to hate them. Sorry for any
Sniffums. I'm sure if the tech priests wanted to, they could make a protogen. They have the technology. They just keep it locked away in the vaults somewhere.
There's a wonderful oh my goodness, it's not a data slate. It's lost my mind. The standard template.
NSTC. Is it STC? Standard template construction, or SCT, standard construction
STC
template?
or something. Yeah, you get the vibe. Yeah, so much for being the lore consultant. Yeah, that one thing where the data is. It is an STC. That's got stuff that goes all the way back. So we're talking humanity in its prime. So you never know. You never know.
I still find it funny that the Land Raider is called the Land Raider because the man who discovered its last name was Land.
Don't at me, you're gonna get me on a rant. I love Arkan Land so much. I 100% support the decision to name these vehicles after Arkan Land.
And then you have the Lehman Russ. Imagine when they bring him back, how confusing that would be. And I have my Lehman Russ. Fire on Lehman Russ.
Oh boy. Yeah, that'll be great. I can't wait for them to bring back my Primarch. So that my
Which
army
one?
becomes really, really popular. And
The
really,
yellow
really
one or the wolf one?
Space Wolves. They're never going to bring back Rogogorn.
No.
Look, we already have two stoic people who have complicated feelings about the rules. Do we need a third one?
Yes.
It's sort of three when
You
you
see,
realize
you
that
need a
Mac
fortification
has real
specialist.
space.
We already have the offensive specialist. We have the taxes specialist. Now all we need is the defensive specialist.
And then we can attack with the taxes that we are defending.
Attack the taxes we are defending.
We have gone off topic again.
We're gonna have to breeze through some lore here. My contract for my consultation contract is about expired.
Fair enough. There shouldn't be too much more here. Anyway.
Thank you for reminding us, Sniffles. We appreciate it.
They have, as stated before, they do collect Alpha Legion equipment in tech. And they may or may not have kidnapped a few tech priests to cleanse these machine spirits. Because you know one thing one thing they won't tell you about the tech marines are a dime a dozen. I got about 200 of them at home, locked in the basement with the dragon.
No one could stop me from just going to a different chapter and taking their tech marine. I've taken home 20 of them.
Yeah, they have a few tech marines, but honestly, they don't.
The ultramarines. I still don't know how I got here.
I guess we should probably move forward to their relationship with Primaris Marines.
Oh, that's fun stuff. Belisarius Call is goat.
Basically, when they were delivered their Primaris Marines, they don't really like them. Like they think they're a bit too big. They're a bit too big, not stealthy. even though they themselves aren't the kings of stealth that they would like to think themselves as. One of their probably major weaknesses is that they think they're a lot more stealthier than they are. They think they're on par with Alpha Legion, even though they aren't on par with Alpha Legion. And they're barely on par with Raven Guard as is.
Yeah, because I was about to say Raven Guard always has something to say about stealth.
Yeah.
And
Alpha Legion 100% beats Raven Guard
recontextualize.
in terms of stealth, no offense. But
It's important to recontextualize as well that the average non-stealth-based Space Marine chapter, their companies, or at least their squads within those various companies that do focus on stealth, compared to normal humans, are extraordinarily stealthy.
yes.
So we're not
But
running
by
around
Space
tripping on our
Marine
toolies or
standards, these
anything.
guys are still better than a regular Space Marine chapter, but not as good as Raven Guard or Alpha Legion.
Yeah.
So they're close, and they like to think they're better, but they aren't.
So the real thing they inherited from their Primarch, I've been trying to pin it down this whole time. It's their ego.
Yeah, that would probably be it. Other than the fact that they also inherited the thing of having their leader be basically the same guy over and over again.
Yeah, that was convergent evolution. That's like animals turning into crabs. That was bound to happen.
Bound to happen eventually. Anyway, when they got their Primaris Marines, they didn't trust them. They didn't think they were stealthy enough. And the one thing that separates the Firstborn Rift Dragons from their Primaris counterparts is the fact that their Primaris counterparts are a lot more open with their Alpha Legion heritage. For some reason. More because they don't really know much about the Alpha Legion. They just know that they're cool and that their father was, stealthy. So they're also arrogant assholes, but they're also arrogant assholes to their Firstborn counterparts. So they wear a lot more Alpha Legion iconography, like more Legion iconography. Like they'll paint like Alpha Legion style like markings on their armor. Not
So here's
blatant
where
copies, but Alpha Legion style markings. We actually have a kind of example if I bring back up the image that you can see on the shoulder pad of the Primaris one there.
Here's where I get to do my job. Here's where I get to throw up a little flag. We have a technical foul.
Yes.
So, the Primaris Space Marines, at least with the initial wave, where you're looking largely at reinforcements that are kind of manufactured and assigned, you're going to have kind of a cultural thing where in order to have that knowledge about Alfarius, it's going to have to be taught specifically by those Firstborn Legionnaires. So you're looking at, like, if they're going to have a different culture and a more radical culture, you might need to find a way to incorporate the fact that ultimately everything that they learn is trickle down.
I would assume, to make it fit, that the Firstborns teach them at least the surface level of where their gene seed comes from, and and they pulled an emperor and didn't go in depth about it. So they sort of started adopting some Alpha Legion tendencies, and may or may not have taken a look at some of the the Primaris managed to basically end up replacing the entire 5th company.
What are the odds that, and here's a thought, I'm spitballing with you. What if the Primaris Marines just responded differently to the exact same psycho indoctrination? And they raise these recruits up, right? They indoctrinate them the way they do this normal Space Marines. And they're way more into it than they should, and all the Forceborn guys are just like, Jesus Christ. These guys really went all in on this thing. And the reason I like that is because this is my hot take, I like the Primaris Space Marines, and I think they're fun.
I think they're cool as well, but I also do really love Firstborns, so I'm trying to find a way to keep both my Firstborns and the Primaris within this chapter.
I also think it's fun to pin them as gullible. So, like, they hear that and they're like, oh, hell yeah,
they're like
that's
small
rad.
children.
And they go all in on that, whereas the Firstborn are just a little bit more wary of it. the process is less refined, so they have more time to chew on it and form their own opinions on it. But the Primaris Marines are so quick to latch onto it that it's just no question. Just spitballing.
Basically, what I can think of is that when the first Primaris ones showed up, they weren't psychically indoctrinated like, the Firstborns were, because they were made by, Call, so...
Yeah, well, they're going to be psycho-indoctrinated the classic
the Imperium way.
They're going to be done by...
So
that's on Call's check.
The Rift Dragons kind of do their own sort of quick psycho-indoctrination on these guys, and it ends up not really taking correctly. At least from their view. From the Primaris view, it's... they understand where they come from, but they don't have the context of the fact that the Alpha Legion are really bad guys. They view them as more of a morally gray, sort of weird fatherly figure who went out to get milk and never came back, but they still like them anyway. But anyway, they view the context of the first chapter master being an Alpha Legion member as being a great honor. So they honor them by wearing Alpha Legion style iconography. Oh, Sniffins has requested the voice changer.
Not even the Space Marine one, the female one. Anyways, but I think that's a pretty good way to do it. Have it to where how the Firstborns sort of more take caution with the fact that their first chapter master was an Alpha Legion member. They sort of revere him as a true loyalist. They still will fight chaos and stuff, but they view him as sort of a loyalist that had to deal with traitors.
That filter sounds oddly natural.
That actually really fucks me up.
Well, it's the Alpha Legion. It's how it works.
It's weird, the inflection. I'm caught up on this. As someone who's so insecure about their voice passing that I don't even bother online. Fuck, man.
Oh, are you talking about the voice changer?
I get fucking Adeptus Mechanicus gender envy. Thanks, dude.
Brother, I think my box is broken.
Sound normal to me.
Oh no. Now he has chosen Regulus, the Space Marine. There we go.
Hello, brother.
Somebody put that, by the way.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, anyway, I forgot to mention Regulus. He's another major character. He is the captain of the 5th Company, the Primaris Company, which is what the Firstborns refer to as the 5th Company nowadays. Because it's basically entirely made up of Primaris, other than a few apothecaries that are still Firstborns. But anyway, the 5th Company is a lot more open with their Alpha Legion heritage, more because, as stated, the Primaris ones view Edmund Dantes as sort of a holy figure, I guess, a bit. Sort of they revere him and view him as they're proud to be technically his sons. Even though they never knew the man, and they've only ever met his false duplicates, his many many false duplicates.
I have to focus so hard to understand any of the words.
Alright, Sniffums, actually, Dave, you mind just spending some points to change my voice back? So that way then poor Alice here can understand what it is I am saying.
My audio processing. Oh my god.
Brother, his box is not operating at 100% efficiency.
I need one of those laptop stickers on my forehead. It's like Intel inside.
Brother, I require a tech marine.
Oh, you know, you can keep it on there. I'm not having to write it. I'm following. Now, when they say they're treating him like this religious figure, I want to clarify: are we talking about the original apothecary, or are we talking about
the original apothecary?
Okay, but
they do not know of the dragon in the basement, except for their captain, except for the captain Rigis, or Riglis.
Have you considered how cool that would play into this weird religious angle, though, if they didn't know the apothecary died because what is Miltanus or whatever took on that mantle? So just the idea that this apothecary becomes a dragon and seals himself away in the basement, that's pretty badass. And that is something that I could see some Space Marines going, maybe this is almost religionable.
They kind of view the replacements, the constant, Edmund Dantes as Edmundus Dantes. I'll eventually get through that name one day.
We're gonna have to work on that.
But anyway, they view the replacements as kind of like they're I wouldn't say like Jesus, but more like just a continuation, because they view it as like a very honorable thing to be chosen to be the next Edmund Dantes.
So, I get what you're saying. It's like
and they get very disappointed when the Psychers on purposely do not look at the 5th Company for the next replacement of the 1st Captain.
Shrek has to become captain of the 5th Company and make sure that enough other captains die.
You see, brother, if all the other captains die, eventually they have to pick me.
Now that's some real Alpha Legion shit.
They wouldn't do that, or maybe they would. Well, specifically, the Captain Rigilus wouldn't do that. He is still, bound to the Imperium. He's a loyalist through and through. He's not going to go shoot the 4th Company commander just so he can get promoted.
As funny as that would be.
As funny as it would be. Whether or not other members of his company do that, and hence that's why maybe the 5th Company ended up being entirely made up of Primaris, who knows? However, the firstborns of the Rift Dragons do not do the Rubicon surgery. They view it as weird. There were a few that tried it, and those small handful of Space Marines are now locked up in the basement with the dragon.
You think there's accommodations in the basement with the dragon, or are they chilling on the floor?
They may have been assigned permanent guard duty of the dragon.
Permanent guard duty. Yeah, that's
at least
fun.
that's what's written up in their files. As for the Ultramarine apothecaries that were involved in the surgery, they mysteriously perished.
They fell out of one of those windowless buildings on your hive world.
No, they fell out of one of the windowless. They all fell out the same windowless window tower in the Fortress Monastery.
It's a shame what's happening to our battle brothers. We should really stop inviting these important diplomats to the windowless window tower.
Brother, you should really put a railing here. Nah,
Right,
it's fine. We just use it for stargazing. Yes, the railing would get in the way of the stargazing. By the way, brother, would you like to commit some stargazing?
Just look up and turn around, and if you feel your hands on my back, or my hands on your back, just don't worry about it.
Oh yes, my hands on my back.
My hands on my back. Oh, great.
Brother, I've engaged in such 4D chess that I've forgotten who I'm pushing out the window.
I'm... Get ready for some serious shit, and he pushes himself out the window.
Remember, brother, just think of the happy place. Think of the Emperor.
Think of
another spleen.
God.
They had to find a different method for dealing with servo skulls because they pushed one out a window and realized they float.
You see, the thing is, I think a space marine could just like clap his hands together like you're trying to catch a gnat and just absolutely annihilate one of those.
Yeah, considering what happens to the Chaos Worshippers in Space Marine 2 when you just run them over.
Like a fruit fly.
Anyway, Fifth Company is entirely made up of Primaris. We've already covered that. The captain of the Fifth Company is Captain Rigulus. Rigulus? Yeah, Rigulus. Anyway, they also don't do the Rubicon surgery for any of their firstborns after the incident. That's all the captains will refer to it as, the incident. And even the fifth Rigulus, captain of the Fifth Company. Like, well, he was there. He didn't like what he saw there. He views it as he and the Fifth Company kind of view the firstborns as not being worthy of Edmund Dantis. Like, they won't kill them, but they don't view them as worthy of Edmund Dantis, of his legacy.
You're straight up gonna kill me. It's been the whole stream and I've not let go of Edmund Dantes. For context, if you
this is context for Dave.
Context for Dave, and if you're just now with us, Edmund's Dantes, as present at the top right-hand corner of the screen there, it's Edmund Dantes. He's the protagonist of The Count of Monte Cristo, who has some narrative similarities to the origin story of the apothecary that we went with. And the name is fun and it's fitting. But we kept the misspelling of the name. And so it's intentionally accidentally wrong, and it's driving me absolutely
It's legally
insane.
distinct.
Legally the same. Legally distinct from this 1880s French newspaper story. In case we get sued. For our fan-made Warhammer chapter.
1880s France called. They want their character back.
Yeah, it's not the usage of Space Marine iconography that's going to get this thing shut down. It's Edmund Dantes.
Suddenly, the government of France just calls up, hey, you have this, you copied this thing from this paper from 1880?
Yeah, we're going to need you to stop. You have the right to
I don't understand breadstick. Speak High Gothic.
I speak High Gothic, then.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't speak French.
And I speak Italian.
Anyway. What else should we cover for the Rift Dragons? I'm honestly at a bit of a loss here. We've covered the fact that the Primaris view the firstborns as lesser, and the firstborns view the Primaris as untrustworthy and not stealthy.
We have a good basis, which is good because my consultancy, I see the comedically large hourglass that dictates my existence on this plane is running out of sand.
If you want, we can pick this up again on Thursday. I suddenly have an open streaming slot on Thursday.
Oh, yeah?
I guess we shall resume this on Thursday.
Perhaps.
And then I will merge the two halves together into one absurdly long stream.
Into one video the length of an audiobook.
Anyway, thanks again, Dave, for coming on as the scribe. Would you be willing to come on for Thursday as well?
Yes. I shall be sure to drink copious amounts of caffeine in order to keep myself awake then.
Yes, thank you, Dave.
No, what's the Warhammer equivalent to caffeine? I know.
Recap.
Yeah, recap. Well, we'll make sure you get all of the recap you need, Dave.
Eat your recap. Be sure to have a healthy helping of corpse starch. We're gonna need it.
As long as my heart continues to beat 180 per minute.
That poor servitor in the corner shaking from his heartbeat alone. Rattling like excited R2-D2.
This has been fun. Let me find a raid target. Any final words, guys?
No, it's great. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk with you and at people for as long as I have. If you want to find me, I'm responsible for the abominations you saw on screen today. You can find me at Alice of Bats, pretty much anywhere, or you could just ask
almost
me.
Anywhere.
Almost anywhere.
We're almost anywhere.
You won't find me on Instagram by that name.
I don't think they'll find you on Twitter either.
No, you won't find me. You can find me on Tumblr under that name, and I do have an Instagram account on that name, but I am not posting my art to that one yet. That one is under Arbatra Official, ARBATRA_official.
I'm still surprised you don't have a DeviantArt account.
I do. I have not used it
Do you have
in a long time. I do not.
Okay.
We don't talk of the funny website here, Dave.
That's because people keep commissioning me for robots.
Also, no offense, Dave. I'm surprised you even know of that website's existence.
I know of many places.
Anyway, any final words from you, Dave?
Thanks for having me. This has been enlightening, and it's good to talk to you again, Alice.
Yeah,
if you want to follow me, I don't have any. If you want to follow me, I don't have any socials, but I do have a YouTube where lately I've been uploading clips of gameplay, either of me failing a bunch.
Okay, you have 4
me
seconds, by the way.
guns.
Goodbye, everyone. Bye.
That's so rude.
I'm sorry, but the raid countdown was going.
Oh, there was a raid countdown. I thought you were being a dick.
No, the raid countdown was going. You only had 4 seconds. You took up the whole time.
I didn't know you started the countdown before we were done. Are you shitting me?
I'm sorry. I went to go find. I didn't think it would take this long. Usually, me and Birch are spending like the whole 120 seconds just having jack shit to talk about. So I usually just run the raid thing, and then we just spend the next 60 seconds staring at each other blankly, like being like, "Fuck, we ran out of shit to talk about, and we barely talked about anything."
I can't help it if I'm an entertainer.
By the way, it is still recording, so this will be in the VOD.
Oh, oh, that's fantastic. Oh, wonderful.
And then
they stuck around for the epilogue.
They can catch you in 4K.
Yeah, they can catch me in 4K. Alice of Bats exposed. Actually an asshole? More at 11. That's so actually funny. For anyone sticking around for this epilogue, I want you to know I love you so much.
They've all been rated off to someone else. There's nobody around, but people sticking around for the YouTube version.
Listening to the VOD.
People sticking around to the YouTube version.
This is for those 3 people who haven't clicked next video yet. You're my favorite.
There's no way anybody's gonna watch. Barely anybody watches past the 3-minute mark on any of my videos on YouTube.
You know what? I'm going to send it to all.
3-hour video then.
I'm going to send it to all of my friends and tell them to watch only the last 45 seconds, just to spite.
Well, this is going to be kit bashed together with the, with this sequel. So.
Oh God, it'll never be found.
It'll be somewhere in the middle.
Wonderful.
Anyway, I should probably stop the recording.
Yes. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Subscribe.
Button's been hit. Hit that button. Go through here and do all this shit.
Spooky skeleton sounds.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
I remember 2012.
I remember a time back when things were nicer.
I was there, Gandalf. 8 years ago.
Maggie Matey.
We didn't have no goddamn fancy Twitch streamers or virtual tubers or...
Anyway, hello everybody and welcome back to tonight's stream where we're doing something mildly different because Birch was not able to show up earlier. But now he's here and he's a servo skull.
They turned me into a skull. Help.
No.
Freebie.
No. Anyway, this time around we have virtual we have Alice who's going to be doing some artsy stuff in the background. While we discuss the lore of the Rift Dragons. Part 2. Dave, where did we leave off on?
We were talking about a lot about the Fifth Company, and let's see. We're gonna list on the Fifth Company. Don't think Firstborn Rift Dragons are worthy of the Edmund Dante's legacy.
All right. Yeah, we were talking about how the Primaris have a different view on their founding. Let's see here.
I was wondering what just happened.
I don't know. I don't remember where we were going to go from here.
Is the background an ominous dark gray that says Edmunds Dantes for everyone else?
Potentially, whenever you don't have the art page shown, yes, that is what it turns into.
I have the art page shown.
Give me a moment. Yeah, there it goes. Back.
Oh my god, so I cannot change layers or else it's gonna glitch out?
Well, you can't tab out of your art thing.
Oh,
you can change. You can change layers. You just changed over to the dragon with the finger guns. Anyway, okay. What were we gonna? I guess if other than the fact that it's absurdly blurry, why don't you try drawing the chapter badge?
Yeah.
It's something simple. Something simple to go on in the background while we discuss the lore.
It shouldn't change anything, but they should keep the window up while if I ever need to tab out. So
hopefully. Let's see. The fifth company is made up entirely of Primaris. The ninth company is the Twin Ravens. We covered that. The 10th company might be slightly bigger than it's supposed to be.
Can I write that down?
Write that
Is
down.
it not
Write that
written down? Is it not written down as a 10th company?
I don't remember if I did.
I don't know. Look back through and check.
Honestly, do you trust our note?
Apothecaries from 10th company walk around scouting initiated. People were there. No, they're not. So they're missing person.
Oh yeah, we
So
do.
are the
I
missing
see it.
person.
I see it. We do have it written down in there. We do indeed have it written down, gentlemen. And Bat. By the way, it's gone back to a gray screen again.
I don't know how that's possible because I straight up am just drawing on the canvas.
Now you know what? I see the problem now. It's whenever Discord has a lag moment.
Maybe we put a pin in this.
It should be fine as long as I keep the thing open. It should work for the most part. If it does start to suffer a bit, I'll call it.
Okay.
Once the chapter badge is over, we'll call it there for the art section portion of the stream.
Understood.
And then next time we'll find a more proper way to do this. Let's see. Where should we go from here? I guess we can get into their sort of one-way rivalry with the Alpha Legion war bands. Yeah. They do tend to usually show up on planets that may have a Alpha Legion presence. It's only been recorded once that they showed up just as a Alpha Legion group had revealed themselves. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have that written down, I think. Do we have that written down?
I think we have written down that they commonly appear whenever the Alpha Legion does, sometimes before.
Yeah, we have
sometimes
that written
after,
down.
but never that one instance when they showed up around the same time.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they oh, did you hear this is for Alice. Did you hear about the new lore where some of the Alpha Legion were actually given orders to go back to being loyalists again at the end of the heresy?
I didn't hear about that.
I sent you the video on it, Alice.
I likely haven't had the time to watch it.
Fair enough.
However, I will now.
You can watch it when you get done with the Earth thing.
Yeah, I'll get caught up on my Alpha lore.
It's interesting to know because it's a recent bit of lore, so I wonder if the Alpha Legion will end up being loyalist again. Or at least parts of it will be loyalist again, and we'll have like an Alpha Legion civil war, considering they are the biggest of like the Chaos Legions.
Or are they mostly revealing new lore nowadays?
Books.
Is it by campaign books?
No regular books. They don't really stick lore in the in the codexes anymore.
The only time they do
really?
that is if they're teasing a major character.
Yeah. A bit disappointing, honestly.
Yeah, because I think the last major storyline advancement that was in like some of the game books was, what was it, Ring Storm or Oncoming Storm?
Anyway, hello Fuzzy, and don't whine about it being white, okay? It's It's entirely for the style of this specific stream.
It's so white. Where's the colors? I got you. That's black.
Oh no! You fucked up the Envistantes.
Hang on, let me check the Discord screen.
You fucked up the Envistantes. Like nobody can read it anymore.
Here, I'll
Poor Birch is just here, tired, and being like, "Why did I bother with this?"
Oh, he's not the only one tired. I'm basically a zombie right now.
Dave, we live in the same time zone. He's like later on in the day, so I don't think you have much of a leg to stand on.
Oh, it's past midnight.
I have sleep apnea.
I've been working on the construction site for the past 3 weeks. Shut up.
I told you, Dave, you don't have a leg to stand on. Because we took away your legs. You're on tracks.
To be fair, they provide better stability.
Fucking breakthrough.
Not high quality tracks though. They're made out of plastic. They're like Lego tracks. They're the Lego track pieces.
Hey, the Lego track pieces aren't bad. The old ones or the new ones?
The old ones.
The old ones are better than the new ones.
No. I'm talking about the ones they use for tank tracks, not like railway tracks.
I know what you mean, Valak.
Okay. Oh, you know what we can do? We can talk about the chapter badge. We can do that. That's what poor Alice here is drawing. We might as well talk about it.
Here I am slaving away over a hot tablet, and you're just now considering my feelings.
Yeah, that's his usual.
Mother Wolf, sometimes I forget to be courteous.
Forget indeed. What am I?
No, this is not Batman. This is the Rift Dragons. Does nobody read the title?
No.
I didn't.
I also, dumbest question I've probably ever received. On Twitter, somebody asked me after I posted the image that actually let me show the image real quick. There we go, that image. When I posted this image on Twitter, somebody asked, "Is this Adeptus Mechanicus?" I nearly strangled them to death.
If you ask the Adeptus Mechanicus, they would probably claim it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yep, that's all us.
I mean, to be fair, they did kind of make the armor, so.
No, correction. Several Imperial slaves did.
That were made by the Mechanicus.
In some horrible manufactorum nightmare.
Anyway, back to the topic of the chapter badge. The reason why it is a two-headed dragon Aquila with a sort of A-like symbol on it was to sort of combine their loyalist ties with the Alpha Legion designs. So I wanted like a two-headed dragon, and Alice did a great job of designing the chapter badge. Like, I basically just gave them dragon, two-headed, looks like the Imperial Aquila. Feel free to take it from there. And they did a great job with designing it.
Thank you, I appreciate it. We're gonna see if I can even remember what it looks like. Like, I love this thing. Holy crap.
I almost jumped out Empire instead of Imperium.
Dave, we are not talking about the Empire nor the Empire of Man. We're talking about the Imperium.
Yeah, pick your emperor wisely, buddy.
Yeah, potato.
What kind of assholes?
They just have different colors.
No, this isn't Halo, Fuzzy. Fuzzy, I will take you out back and show you the end of a bolt pistol.
If you call a bolter an assault rifle, I'm turning you into another servo skull.
They're not joking about it. That's how they got me.
No. We found you worshipping Nurgle in the back.
In the back?
We found you like kissing a portrait of Nurgle. We had to scrub that from your memory though.
I thought he was just doing something weird on the toilet.
Bad Dave.
I think both of these ideas are compatible.
It's Warhammer 40k. The lore of it was probably lost somewhere in some scroll, and some poor servo skull was meant to carry up like 50 flights of stairs, but then dropped it.
I hate to ask this. I really do hate to ask this. Have we ever seen like what a bathroom looks like in the context of Warhammer 40,000? What is the state of toilets in the 41st millennium?
I imagine it's still... they still have similar plumbing to ours, but the toilet is just in the center of the room, like a grand throne.
Now they have toilets in like Darktide. They just look like common showers, I guess, just in Gothic style.
They got those like really
they probably
high
use the Roman style of a sponge on a stick for dealing with the number 2s.
They have a servitor for that.
Probably. I mean, we already turned. Wait. Tie an example. Dave's a servitor that hands out toilet paper.
Hey, that worked.
Anyway. Anyway, Alice? Why don't you take it away with like a bit for like how it is that you came up with the design, the final design after I gave you basically all of my gibberish on how to make the chapter patch.
So, honestly, it's kind of a chimera of a few concepts, and I am not going to be able to describe this here without completely stopping drawing. Just, that's a bug of the whole ADHD thing here.
You want to do it after you're done drawing?
We got a good question from Fuzzy here that I don't want to slip through the cracks.
I saw that. I wanted to let you finish first before I answered it. You want us to both answer?
Well, the important question is, Velik, do you do much of the tabletop stuff?
I do plan to get into the tabletop at some point and probably end up dragging Dave down with me.
I've been into the tabletop stuff. Now I guess the big question, Fuzzy, here is if you're wanting to get into like the actual like game, or if you're wanting to get into the lore. I feel like there are a few different steps. Honestly, the best way that I found to get into the lore and to get others into the lore. Well, we'll start with the lore perspective then, because you kind of want to get into the lore before you get into the tabletop. Is my opinion here. Is find a YouTuber or a content creator, or even, if you can manage to take this kind of leap. I have a friend who found just one of the Black Library authors. The Black Library is the publisher that Games Workshop uses for Warhammer. Find someone who either presents lore or makes the lore, something that matches your energy, and kind of go from there. Someone you enjoy listening to, and just kind of take the info dump. And that really gets you kind of a starting point. People have all sorts of knowledge levels about the lore, and you don't need to be an expert to be involved, but having a cursory understanding of this faction is this, that faction is that, the settings like this, and just kind of getting a feel for the vibe of the universe goes a long way. And then in terms of tabletop stuff, it's literally just find something that looks cool and sounds cool.
Yeah.
Because those are the two big things. You're not going to enjoy painting and building a whole army if it doesn't look cool and you don't like talking about it.
And you also have no clue what their lore is.
Yeah, that too. I have a friend who's like, "Oh, aesthetically, this is awesome. This is why you start with the lore." And then they start reading about the lore, and they're like, "Oh no, these guys are assholes."
But boy, do I want to make an army out of them.
Yeah, and sometimes that's serendipitous. Sometimes it's not. And you don't have to get a whole humongous army to get into this hobby. There are games that take place on a smaller scale. There are games that require a single box, one-time purchase box of miniatures to play. Kill Team is very fun. It requires a single box. Combat Patrol is a new way of playing Warhammer. It's a bigger box, but it still only takes one. And a lot of times, most people start there and kind of build their armies out. I see you mentioned that you had the misfortune of going to Reddit to find answers. Yeah.
The Warhammer Reddit will always make you ask more questions.
That's not a great place to get started. But it's going to have...
Ironically, delving into the community is the worst thing you could do.
It's going to have some valuable resources on army building, though. So let's say you're swept off your feet and you're like, I want to go, ham on building an army. That's when you get into more of the sub-communities, forums, stuff like that. And you kind of look at the discussion on what's good, what's bad, what's going to stick around. But by the time you reach that point, you'll probably be pretty Warhammer literate, if that makes sense. By the time you're looking for like what kind of units are the best way to build off of an army or the best way to build off of a starter kit, you've probably invested enough personal time in there to have a general understanding of what you want to do and how you want to play. Also, for your paints, you can paint with any type of paint. Some paints are better than others, but don't let people get elitist on you.
Don't let them shame you.
Oh my god, yeah. Pros use all sorts of equipment. Amateurs are the people shaming others for using certain types of equipment. As far as lore goes, you just got to find a YouTuber that matches your vibe. They're everywhere. There are high energy, off the wall people. There are 2.5 hour video essay type people. Some present lore from almost an in-universe perspective. Sometimes it's just a
I don't think I found anybody like that.
Sometimes it's just some random dude who died.
It sounds oddly specific.
Did you pick up like a roadside corpse that's telling you Warhammer lore, Alec?
No, I mean the fact that sometimes they'll just talk about dead people who are in the lore but have died and are since no longer relevant to the lore.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I thought you were talking about like a YouTuber who had died was talking about 40K lore.
Jesus, no. Well, if you want, I would recommend talking to your sister's brother-in-law then. Like your sister-in-law's brother. Because he might have a bit more. He can probably show you some stuff about miniatures related things. He'd probably be a good person to talk to about it.
Just be aware that you will need an entire day, if not more.
Probably.
Yeah.
Anyway, as for how I got into Warhammer, I will agree. Watching Warhammer YouTubers was definitely one of the things that brought me into this community. The second thing that brought me into this community was definitely watching. I forget who it was. I think there's like 2 YouTubers that do it where they discuss homebrew chapters. That was probably my favorite thing, and what inspired me to eventually make the Rift Dragons. And then torment poor Alice here by having her draw them.
I am so happy that I have friends who enjoy my hobby. I don't like doing art about it.
You see, Birch, I don't commission you for the hardest things.
No, I want to be.
paying for it.
I want to be commissioned for little fuzzy creatures. This is bullshit.
Oh, sorry. Birch is kind of my go-to for little fuzzy creatures.
I don't know how I ended up like that because I studied actual design.
Trade? Do you want to trade? I'm so done with Space Marines.
Oh, I don't have time for it. I'm sorry. Otherwise, I would probably take it.
Oh, what do you think I have time for?
Apparently, this.
Oh, fair.
What do you think I have time for? As he draws out the image.
Yeah. So, in terms of the design inspiration for the thing here, and where I'm trying to go, obviously there's a little Alpha Legion iconography with the A in the background, but the actual sigil itself, and this is a very rough take on it because I just, you know,
Don't have the brain power.
yeah, no, I just got home from a shift. I'm staring down the barrel of more art. Not that I'm phoning it in for you all, but it's just about getting the vibe on paper. But I wanted to lean more Aquila and
Aquila.
less. Is it Aquila? I've always heard Aquila.
It's Aquila.
It's Aquila, yeah.
Aquila.
The Imperial Aquila.
I'm gonna neat Aquila. I will remember that. Educational moment.
Our lore master of 40k, everyone.
Hey, I know the lore. I didn't say I was a. Never mind.
He knows the lore. He didn't say anything about speaking it.
He didn't specify that he doesn't know how to pronounce everything.
Has the peanut gallery finished?
Yes.
So,
maybe.
Aquila. I wanted to lean more into the Aquila than I did the Alpha Legion elements because these do need to be loyalists, and ultimately, it's like tequila. They just said it wasn't.
Yeah, I was going to let you finish and then roundabout.
Alternatively, Fuzzy, do you say tequila? Because if you do, I'm absolutely calling it that. That's my plan for after the stream. If you don't know, is I'm gonna get drunk on tequila.
I still love the fact that you drew my bird in here with the shit-eating grin. just the overly. It makes me laugh every time I see it, and it is very appropriate for my personality.
So just to finish the mini rant here, I wanted it to feel more Imperial than it did Alpha Legion, and I didn't want to steal the dragon straight up from the Alpha Legion imagery. You can actually see on these guys who were part of the commission that was done. I think I'm missing an adjustment layer.
Do you want me to just turn it on?
No, I because I'm zooming in and I'm like
enhance image.
You can get this crossover on the designs to where they look similar, and you can get this alpha iconography with this A in the background, but you can also sneak the Hydra in there as an accent. But these guys, I think more traditional dragon fits the Imperial aesthetic more.
Or at the very least, just a two-headed dragon.
Yeah, so two-headed dragon instead of two-headed eagle. It's actually been a long time since I've looked directly at the Alpha Legion symbol. I don't know if the Alpha Legion has. I don't know if the Alpha Legion
have
Hydra
wings.
has
It's
wings.
just
I don't
a Hydra.
think so.
It's more like a snake, honestly, than a Hydra.
You can't do an Aquila without Aquila.
Without wings.
I'm never gonna get that. You can't get an Aquila without wings.
Brother, I'd like to order some wings.
Some wings.
The spicy ones, brother.
Brother, I'm going to Wingstop. You need to put in your order before I get there, okay?
You need to send it to me now over the box, or otherwise you're not getting it.
So yeah, that's kind of the general design inspiration. Fuzzy asks, Valak while you have a red circle around you, and I can explain that. So it's because of this. Now, can I explain this? I don't know. I don't know if we can explain. I don't know if we can explain how we got here.
Honestly, it just looks like the YouTube thumbnail.
It is. That's what's going to be the YouTube thumbnail at the end. When this is the God. YouTube thumbnail at the end of all of this. It proceeds to get worse every time.
It's a new character showing Frey. Wait, please tell me that's a fucking. I get a fucking Big Mac ad.
I'm gonna delete that so it doesn't go to the very end. I feel like it was necessary.
No.
Anyway, that the circle and the red bits are entirely just to show Alice's poor mental state after all the commissions I have commissioned from them.
Yeah, this is a live image of my mental state deteriorating. Because I want to draw fun little creatures, and I'm being commissioned to draw robots, robotic people, power armor, straight lines. I'm sick of it, man.
I taught you how to do straight lines, though.
I know he's going to keep asking me to do it, so like I might as well also voice that I'm sick of it.
At least I don't commission it like every. At least I'm not commissioning it like a monthly thing. I think it took like a year before I commissioned you again for another Warhammer related piece.
I figured that's just because I completely dropped the ball last time.
No. That was more because you keep voicing that you don't like doing it, so I don't want to commission you too often to do it, or otherwise I feel like I just burn you out.
Well, you got to understand something. I don't like drawing Space Marines, but I do like money.
You see, I don't like doing it, but for a bit of money.
But I will do it.
It's just suddenly I remind myself that meme. It's like, oh, what the fuck is it? I am now an enlightened one. We'll give you $2 million. Dude changes.
I don't like drawing this, but $20 are $20.
Yeah.
It's not my fault his prices are reasonable.
My prices are reasonable. I am such a reasonable person. Please continue to commission me. If you'd like to commission art from me, anyone who is interested, my socials are somewhere. I don't know.
One of them is linked on the Twitch. I mean, not the Twitch, the Twitter. The Twitter, yes, the Twitter.
I accept Space Marine and weird fucking robotic spaceship bullshit commissions from one person though. So don't come at me like, oh, can you draw
I am the only one.
You're gonna go after Alex.
I'm
You're gonna be asking for cute little critters.
Damn, where there go my weekend plans?
Come at me for cute little critters. I don't know how. I hate saying this. I don't know how I'm gonna draw feet. How are we feeding? How do we feet? I don't know. I feel like we need more leg. But yeah, so generally that's the mindset that gets us to the
red circle.
Aquila Dragon and the red circle. Yeah, we were going on a tangent about the red circle. Forgot. So generally it's meant to feel very much so like that Imperial Eagle that they have. But it's also meant to kind of invoke. It's very general chaosy as well. Like this doesn't scream Alpha Legion. It's really only the big looming A in the background. But you know the wings are it kind of reads
sort of Night Lordsy.
sort of Night Lordsy. The rest of the color scheme for the whole thing is just, I don't know, it's very non-traditional. Does this thing have tails?
Well, you're the one that's been wanting to draw critters, and this is the closest you've gotten so far. So you want a tail on it or no?
You know what? I'm going to publicly apologize to you, Valak, because that was not cool of me to hang you out to dry in front of.
That is fine. With how many times you mentioned to me that you don't want to keep drawing this, and yet I keep commissioning you for stuff like this, it was deserved. It was deserved.
And yet I persist.
I don't know. Does the original version have tails?
I don't think so.
Original Alpha.
I don't know. Let me go look at the image real quick.
I think the original
the first one.
Aquila has it,
No, not that. The original
Oh.
version he drew. For fuck's sake, my mouse has disappeared again.
It sort of does, but it's
not on that
Hydra worm.
Not on the new one. Not on the new one. Not on the new one. The old one. The old one. The one with the Lehman Russ in it.
Hang on.
But not that
yeah.
Lehman Russ. The common Lehman Russ. Not the cool one.
Finally, he's called the cool one. Space Wolves.
Oh no!
can't
Don't you know
stop
how many
you.
different versions of Lehman Russ there are? There are cooler versions.
That just kind of looks like.
I can't let the Space Wolves have a win.
Space Wolves dub. Too late.
Anyway, I have to go find this image now. Fuck.
The Space Wolves will win. Calyx turns her head. Oh fuck!
The screen may or may not turn gray for a little bit as I look for this image in the large ass transcript that makes up the entirety of me and Alice's Discord conversations.
So just for context, you might hear me called Valen for a while. That is my username. It was the name of my beloved bearded dragon.
Rest in peace.
Yes, rest in peace. He has since departed. I have a new lovely boy. His name is Arthur. I don't want that name. That's his name. And I think Valen belongs to him. So I've tried to move away from that. But, that's an online moniker I used for a while. So you might hear that here and there. That's okay.
Oh, I found it.
It's just going to make me cry when I think about my sweet boy.
Oh, don't get me started. I lost my dog.
All right, so when you drew it on the shoulder pad, when you drew it on the shoulder pads, you didn't draw a tail. But when you drew it on the Lehman Russ, it had a tail.
Oh, it's on the Lehman Russ? Time out. Is it up here?
The Lehman Russ only has the dragon part. It doesn't have the ape part, but yeah, it does have the dragon part.
I didn't get to see the Lehman Russ version. I can go back. I can find it.
Do you need me to resend you the image?
No, I have it in our chat. You send me all of our crap.
I should have pinned it. I went digging for it. You'd think I would have pinned it, but nope, I did not. I also do like how the heads of the dragons sort of give us sort of like what's that Space Marine chapter that's all into sharks or whatever?
Carcharodons.
Yeah, the Carcharodons. It kind of looks like their chapter badge a little bit for the heads.
Oh, interesting. This doesn't have symmetry.
Yeah, I think the tail is the one non-symmetrical part of the whole badge.
I don't know how to turn symmetry off.
I don't
usually.
That's the neat part. You don't.
I don't ever really use symmetry because things are just not symmetrical
until you need them to be.
Until I need them to be.
I do feel that though, using an editing software, then suddenly you use a new feature you never have before. How do I change this?
How do I turn it off?
I like that.
Yeah, that looks really nice.
Ta-da.
And then for the funny, just put like two little beady eyes on the heads. just for the funny.
Googly eyes. Give him googly eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, now he looks like he's screaming in pain.
Oh, the other one.
Yeah, one looks to deprive the other one. The other is just reacting.
It's like that SpongeBob.
Oh, you hurt their feelings.
Say Santa Claus.
You take quickly copy that and put it into like the blank corner of the full image that we have going on for the meme. Just gotta make it worse. Every time we do something stupid, we gotta make it worse. Gotta make it more curse.
Yeah, we gotta add to the thumbnail.
Yeah, I gotta keep adding to that thumbnail.
We'll put it. Oh, for God's sake! I have to redraw these magnificent googly eyes.
Magnificent googly eyes.
The symmetry's back.
It's back again, gentlemen.
Guess who's back? Back again.
It's only symmetrical for when you're not using the eraser. Oh, hey, more symmetry.
There we go. I don't need more. I need less.
More symmetry.
Here we go. Just a little.
Alrighty, Fuzzy. Thank you for that. Thank you for finally doing that. Thanks.
We get a little bit of that.
I will attempt to implement those either tonight or tomorrow.
There we go.
I love it.
Val, what's the difference?
You missed a part of the wing. There we go. Now we've gotten this whole thing covered in
Honestly, it's too small, so I'm gonna have it peeking out from behind. And what we're going to do is
just gently erase the bits that don't need to be seen.
Yes.
Yep.
Precisely.
For the funny.
However, uses the kneaded eraser. Sorry, kneaded eraser fans. Your tool sucks.
Sorry, kneaded eraser.
All you hardcore all you eraser heads out there.
All you people that need erasers, fuck you.
There we are. The chaos continues. The symmetry's back.
Didn't erase it. Skill issue.
I don't even remember how I got rid of the symmetry 10 seconds ago.
Alice will eventually learn how to use this system.
Wait,
fully.
line symmetry?
Delete ruler. There we go.
Fuck the ruler.
Alright, got it.
Alright, so anyway, does this conclude the drawing of the chapter badge?
Yes, this does conclude the drawing of the chapter badge. Let's give it one last
look.
Hold on.
A little kiss. Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful.
It is a chapter badge. It is a badge of the chapter, and it is not heretical. I don't want any implications that it's heretical. I don't want to hear it. We've
Hello,
addressed the
Kiniko.
allegation.
Any ideas that it's heretical is all in your head.
Exactly. You can't argue it. Look at how adorable they look.
I'm going to send you a rip of...
Oh, so that way then... Hearing your windows go off, so that way then I can put it in for the background image.
Yes. They seem to be in pain. Yes. Yes, I am.
Meanwhile,
That's
my
the point,
character
Sergeant.
is long dead.
What do they say? The cruelty is the point.
Anyway, I'll turn off the window capture now.
Yes, and I will end my own capture.
Let's see. Text image, turn that on. Why did it shrink? I didn't want you to shrink. Why have you shrunk?
You might have cropped me in.
Did you wash it too warm?
Oh,
why is it
it's because when I uploaded the new image to replace the old one, it shrunk it back down to the proper sizing it's supposed to be. Anyway, here's the continuingness of the cursed image. Poor Dave's character is cropped out because of the fact that my character is over on this side.
And partially obscured by the glory of Edmund Dantes.
This just gets more funny by the minute. Anyway, back to the lore. Yeah.
Yes, back to the lore. Any second now.
I guess we should talk about their homeworld. I guess we didn't really talk about that all that much. Did we even come up with a name for it?
We discussed the concept of a homeworld. You asked for input on a name, and I said, I'll think on that.
Well, did you think?
We did talk about. I think we talked about some emblems of the homeworld. I think we talked about that they were based on a hive world, and the 10th company goes around scouting for recruits.
Yes.
No, I'm not a. Your character looks exciting. Yeah, you do.
That is basically my personality summed up in a nutshell, right there. Honestly,
there's not a thought behind those eyes. Let's be honest.
That's what I thought too when I saw it.
Like big black eyes, like a doll's eyes. I just need that whole.
It's like a happy Black Templar.
Happy and Black Templar don't belong in this sentence.
Yeah, they don't have that word in their dictionary.
Happy, what does happy mean? Happy.
This has gone from like being a lore about the Rift Dragons to being just general chatting about Warhammer.
I believe
and I love it.
Poking at the fandom.
I love it. I'm gonna have to put in like a slide in between the two sections to just specifically specify a lot of this second chapter isn't gonna be lore, it's just gonna be us ranting about Warhammer.
Hey, I talked a little bit about a logo.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's probably gonna be the part that's specified as the some lore section.
Homeworld.
Anyway, onto Homeworld. We need a name. We know it's a hive world. We know the 10th company kidnaps people.
Oh, God.
And you can't prove that they do.
Yep, can't prove it.
So,
except
what
for
I would
that one Custodes that may or may not be able to prove it. But, you know, he doesn't care.
This is a good metric for a hive world. The best way to differentiate hive worlds, because, you know, Imperial architecture is all the same, they all have some horrible industrial defect. You just need to figure out what it is. Is there a thin layer of ash in the air at all times? Is everything covered in a thin layer of sludge?
In general, just add thin layer of something here.
What variety of suffering is endured on a daily basis?
If it weren't for the fact that we'd be ripping off the death corpse of Krieg, I'd say atomic annihilation. But, you know.
I was going to say an Arctic.
If y'all are going to catch me on Aquila, I'm going to catch you on Death Corpse. Its core. Oh, now I'm the bad guy for pointing out.
I just didn't know that. I just didn't get the difference.
I know it's core, but saying corpse because of how often they will just charge into the front line and die horrifically is more appropriate.
Fuzzy, I like your idea.
Quick, look up the Latin word for maul. Quick, somebody look up the Latin word for maul.
Look up the Latin word for maul.
Do it. Try to figure it out what it is in Latin.
I like the idea that Edmund's Dantes is out there kidnapping people at the mall.
It's now in the lore.
Again, the Rift Dragons are the good guys.
I hate that the first one.
They're the good guys. They're part of the Imperium, therefore they're the good guys, right? Everybody in the Imperium is the good guys. We all agree, right? Because we're all part of the Imperium.
So
now let me tell you about how the salamanders burn people.
You ever just misremember something so bad that you feel obligated to ask if it's real or not?
What is it?
It's only tangentially related, so I don't want to take us too far off course.
All
but
right.
it got me thinking about kidnapping in malls. In the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, when Mike tackles the guy into the water fountain, is there a sequence of him beating the shit out of him, or am I just imagining?
No. He definitely beats the shit out of him.
Do we see that on camera? Do we see him beat him to a pulp on camera?
No, I don't think that happens.
I think we see the aftermath.
We see the
aftermath.
Yeah.
So we see him tackle him, and he does it cut in the action? Because I'm like remembering contact punches.
It doesn't cut in the action. It shows it from the perspective of the guy being beaten.
Okay, yeah. All right, that's fair. I would like to edit Edmund's Dantes in the position of the guy being beaten up at the mall then. Just to tie it back in.
It's just a Space Wolf beating the shit out of him. This is one of the reasons why we go through so many of them.
It's just another day at the mall.
I'm surprised.
Birch has no context for why I said that this is why we go through so many of them. Edmund Dantes dies a lot.
I have no context on any of this.
He dies a lot. He's not a perpetual. No, that'd be stupid. Those are cringe.
It's a shame because this is a context stream. This stream is literally meant to be the context.
You know what? I'll share him the Google Docs so then if he wants to look at the context, he can look at the context.
Bro really just said I'll send you a PDF.
Oh, you know what? Why haven't I sent this to you either? If I just sent this to you, then we wouldn't have the problem of you not being able to see the fucking list.
You know, that's fair. Let's steer the ship.
Now, that would be something smart to do, and we all know we're not smart.
Let's get us back into this homeworld situation. The mall was such a funny idea that
I think if we give it a Latin translation, people will be like, "Oh, that's an original name. What does it translate to?" The mall.
Again, that's a word for name.
Let me put you into Google Translate.
What was that, Birch?
The Latin name for mall is apparently Vir. V-I-R.
All right, Dave, write that down.
V-I-R.
The planet of Vir.
Hold on. Vir, it reverse translates from Latin into man.
It's the man mall. That's basically what they use it for, the man mall.
What is there might actually be a word for this.
I doubt it because they didn't have the concept of malls back in ancient Greece.
Yeah,
well,
but they had
you mean ancient Rome?
Yeah, markets.
No, Latin is
Latin is Roman. It comes from Roman.
It's Mercatus.
I see Nundine.
Latin, I believe, is like the closest you get to ancient Roman.
Because I want to say there were like common marketplaces in the arcades, Roman arcades, like classical ancient.
Oh
arcades.
Yeah, no, they had dedicated markets in that sense, but not like a mall.
No, well, what is a mall but a market inside?
True. It's just an indoor market.
Yeah.
Then it's an indoor market. No, we have those, Val.
No.
So
we got something rolling here. We got something rolling here.
What would we consider a mall?
Latin translate indoors. No.
Oh god, hold on.
Inside Intus. So
I'm waiting for either of you to request access to the Google Doc, by the way.
I'm in a match.
Inside Market. Inside the market. Oh, I have another word for market here.
The Emporium.
So it could be
a forum. It's called a forum.
You could also use what is Nindene?
As far as I can tell, it literally just translates to market.
There
are Nindene translates to market, trade.
All right, you should be able to view it now, Birch.
So the Nundenarum. Ooh, this is an interesting word. I like this one. The Nundenarum is a generative plural form of the Latin word nundine, which is the market time or the weekly market. So, like, a permanently standing market would be, you could probably swing with the Nundenarum.
You think that would be what they call scouting for recruits in the 10th Company? The Nundenarum?
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of cool.
We'll use this as the name of the planet. Because it'd be nice. It's a nice name. It sounds good. Write it down, Dave. Write it down.
Nundenarum.
You might want to.
I'll try and get into the Google Doc.
Yeah, or get I have to go in. I have to wait for you to request access.
Good lord, I'm getting there, man.
We get there when we get there.
I like how I said this shouldn't be as long as the last stream, and we're already at an hour.
You know what? Deny me access to that.
No. I just saw your profile picture for Google.
My shitty little Bulbasaur. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Anyway, you have access now. Anyway, we're gonna we'll refer to the capital of the planet as Ver. So then we still have that little bit in there.
The
capital will be Ver.
Is it not Vir?
It's VIR. Whatever. I blame Google Translate.
All right, I'm gonna throw this at the bottom of the.
The bottom of the list.
I literally just control V'd, so if you're curating this, Dave, you might want to fix that.
Well, that's exactly how I spelt it, so.
Dave actually knows how to spell shit, unlike the rest of us.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a condition.
And I have dyslexia towards numbers.
Pegs himself as a writer, hasn't written shit.
You peg yourself as a writer?
He's written a few things. Just never published any of them.
I'm still unappreciated in my time.
He writes. He does do some good writing,
but which is why while he's writing.
He doesn't publish any of it. He writes good things. He never releases any of it. More because he never finishes.
I'm trying to get one project finished right now.
Yeah, and then we have to move on to our Halo project that will finally eventually get some people to do.
Oh, I got another Halo project in the works. I got a fucking Gemini. Oh, I have that whole thing outlined too. I just need to write the actual fucking script.
Do we even want to do like the Halo project anymore, Dave? Like, honestly, with how many people have been doing like Halo Machinimas nowadays, it feels like we'd just be jumping onto a bandwagon.
For me, I already have something in the works, and I'm already dedicated to it. Like I said, I have a whole outline for like a first season. I just need to write the fucking script.
And then you also need to hire the actors.
Well, I heard script and actors. Time out. Did I miss something?
Oh no, we suddenly got off on a tangent about an old Halo project that me and Dave planned to do, and then his own personal project that he's now doing.
I have another one in the sky.
I should honestly close out the tab
no.
for the Halo project thing because that channel never got used other than like one person.
Damn, I got excited because
for that whole project.
I got excited as an independent filmmaker. I'm like, scripts, actors, Mimi.
No, it's not live action.
Damn.
It was going to be a machinima series.
So we have the planet name.
Yeah, we got planet name. We have the capital of the planet.
We have the logo.
We have the dragon in the basement.
I'm so glad that what is your I have another piece of lore that can be developed. Do you have some form of like not battle cry, I guess it is a battle cry.
They should have a battle cry. Most chapters usually have a battle cry.
Oh, like a motto?
Yeah, there's a specific term for it, but y'all know what I'm getting at.
I think motto is
so you have
motto is the phrase.
So like, you have Fenris Hjolda, you have the Nevermore, which oh my god, I hate Nevermore so much.
The Alpha Legion have one. I forget what it is though.
You sure it's not I Am Alfarius?
No, it's not that. It's
I am Dantes.
I think it's the Hydra Dumicus.
Hydra. Is it Hydra Dominatus or?
Yeah, that Hydra Dominatus.
You have the iconic blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. From your world eaters.
Dominatus?
Yeah, I think we got that one.
The Imperial Fist is glorious. No.
You have the Iron Warrior slogan, which is "wah wah."
Anytime you mention Imperial Fist or Space Wolves, Alice here will end up either defending them or insulting their rival. Who even is the rival for the Space Wolves?
The Thousand Sons.
Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. The fact that that they went and massacred so many people.
Who aren't the nemesis of the?
And Lehman Russ used to have a hate boner for Magnus.
I know. The Grey Knights don't like the wolves.
The Guard loves them. The Guard are the only people who can goddamn rely on them.
Guardsman, would you care to share a drink with me? No, I think have some.
Fuzzy says cash for the mall bank.
No. we got to come up with something.
I think if I did, my liver would give out immediately.
How much did he have? Nothing. This is still his first one.
He took a drop and died.
Sir, I haven't even taken a sip, and I'm already drunk off of the fumes.
Man, that must be some strong snuff. I can't smell anything anymore.
Oh, I know what your slogan's gonna be.
It's free real estate. No. No. That'll be the other homebrew chapter that me and Alice have to work on at some point. The one made up of guardsmen.
Could be Phobos Draconis, Fear the Dragon.
Ooh, that's actually a good one. Write that down, Dave. Write that down.
Here, I got it.
That is.
You already added Hydra Dominatus to the.
He writes down everything.
Is actually. Is it IS or?
Draconis? Yeah, that's how.
Yeah. Phobos Draconis.
Yeah.
God, we should. This makes me want to do a stream on my custom chapters because I think I got some badass shit. You guys,
that's what we should do the next one on. That's what we should do the next one on.
I got photos of miniatures. I have art pieces. I got, like for one of them, it's actually Traitor Imperial Fists. They're Chaos Fists. That follow. Their chapter master is like it's like Ignatius Faust is his name. It's awesome.
Well,
that just gave me an idea.
That'll be for the next time we do this, which may or may not be next Monday.
I have it down to the names of the major ships in the fleet.
Give us one, but save the rest for the proper full-on stream.
Which one's the coolest one? The coolest one is Vivictus, which is an old Roman term that means "woe to the vanquished."
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's the flag. That's Faust's flagship. Is the Vivictus.
God damn.
Well, for those that are interested in with us doing more homebrew chapter related shenanigans, that will be for next Monday. So if you wanna see good old Alice's homebrew chapter, we'll see that next Monday.
Screaming 1-800-MAL would be wild. I'd flee from that fight. Fuzzy, I'm with you actually. If a space marine got up on a hill and was like 1-800-MAL, I would be like, Jesus Christ!
No, but you have to write it down in Roman numeral.
It's just me tugging away at the code of the commissar. We gotta get out of here!
Stand your ground, soldier, for the Emperor!
That's 1-800-MALL.
Okay, maybe we should run now.
Fucking authorities. Infomercial.
The infomercial Astartes. Actually, as fascinating as I'm sure my own lore would be, here's an actual great stream idea: is the shitpost chapter. We can get the chat in on it.
Yes.
I think we'll save that for like the third stream of the fourth stream of this.
Yeah, maybe the trifecta, the crown, the cherry. I got you.
What we do is we let them make up the lore for the Imperial Guard chapter.
I think riffing back and forth. I think we'll find a good beat.
We'll find
that's ways.
We'll find something. We'll figure out how we'll do that when we get there.
I think I need to render these icons though.
Render them a bit more properly so that way then they're not just square backgrounds.
Yeah, you'll actually get your we'll just do a fully little rendered versions of these. You don't want to end up with the Shrek lore. You're telling me like a swamp agri world with
I'm more than sure somebody's made up a Nurgle fraction that's based off of Shrek.
Oh my god, that's you guys know in Lord of the Rings when they're in the tomb of they're in Balin's tomb and they open the book and they're like drums in the deep, they're coming, and it's and it just kind of trails off. I think a Shrek, like a Chaos Shrek chapter, I think of this Imperial Guard deep in the bowels of some world, and they open up an ancient tome, and someone
entire regiment
and it starts
killed off by Shrek.
And they open up the book, and it's like, they are coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. and it just becomes the lyrics of Smash Mouth.
Yes! Yes! Oh my god, I want to write that right now.
Alright, let's try it.
Start coming and they don't stop coming. That's so good.
They just keep coming.
But it's slowed down, so it's terrifying.
Alright, let's try to get back on topic. Let's try to get back on topic. Alright.
Yeah.
I guess another part we can talk about is the ships that they own. When you brought up the topic of ship names, I was just like, oh yeah, I forgot Space Marines do usually have a couple of their own ships.
So ships are good. I think ships become more important when you're fleet-based, because you kind of have like a big old honkin' flagship.
Yes,
and I mean,
looks at Imperial Fist.
Yeah, okay, Phalanx, I get it. But
looks at Dark Angels.
my Space Wolves custom chapter, they have a flagship that totes them around, and they're planet based. So like I think having a name for the ship that you use in lore is good. Like, the ship for the Space Wolves, it's not interesting enough to make a point on its own. It's the Aurora. It's because
I already forgot it.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just flavor text for when I'm doing excerpts. Because
I will say, I think specifically, what is probably like the smallest ship class that Space Marine chapters use?
Well, that's a big sliding scale, because if you're talking about Gothic battle ships,
just like the smallest ship that a Space Marine like warship is, like, like as small as they can get, that isn't like, just a small little troop transport.
So Gothic battleships. Oh, a Gothic battleship's actually a class. The Gothic class. The Gothic class is pretty common.
Well, I would assume we have a few of these, but I like to think that my chapter has a lot of smaller ones because they want to be as stealthy as possible. Or at least they still like to think themselves the stealthiest people in the Imperium, even though they still aren't equivalent to the Raven Guard or the Alpha Legion in stealth. But they usually deploy their forces with smaller scale ships because
there are like scouting sloops. They're just like
Uh-oh.
So you can have like light cruisers, like a Dauntless class light cruiser.
That would probably be a fitting ship to make up the bulk of the Rift Dragons' naval power.
Okay, so Dauntless class light cruiser.
And maybe like one or two Gothic battleships for when the situation calls for something less inconspicuous.
Listen, if you need more firepower, you just bring more ships. It's that easy.
So this is your main ship, is this light cruiser. I guess that one is the one that needs a good name. So this is where we gotta put our heads together.
The slap chop.
Yeah, I really gotta come up with a name here. Gotta get those gears working.
Hang on, let me pull up translate again. Nope, that's not it. Why, Drake?
Break out the Google Translate again. Even though it's never correct in its translations, break it out again.
It's Clan Drake.
You could take the role of having it. You could take the approach of naming it something a little bit less like, oh, here's 2 Latin words, and maybe, a little more like a title.
Ah, yes. The flagship of the fleet will be the Edmus And just like with Edmus Dantes, if it's destroyed, we just rename another one.
The Claw of Dantes or something like that.
Ooh, Claw of Dantes. That's actually a really good name.
I'll call you Unsinkable 3.
We had
All right, write that down, Dave. Claw of Dantes. What else? What I think Swift Dragon would also be a good name for another ship within the fleet.
Two-sentence side story. I actually have a Land Raider, which I keep a tally of, and I want to say its current name is Indestructible 9.
What the?
I love the Land Raider Indestructible, and I will just keep tallying it.
Then we have Fuzzy's suggestion. Let me just throw it into a translator real quick so then I can understand what the hell it is.
This is gonna be nonsense. Translate, and by nonsense I mean a goof.
Oh yes, discounted on a Friday.
Discounts on Fridays.
I expected as much.
Conti Alvervenerduri. I can't pronounce that, but yeah, sure, we'll throw that in as another.
Venerdi.
Oh well, that went up there.
Conti Alvenerdi.
There
I
we
should
go.
have seen that. That's very similar to the French vendredi.
Vendredi, yeah.
Anyway, Dave, that'll be one of the other. It's
language.
not the flagship, but it's one of the other ships within the fleet.
Don't write down Scontiel vendredi.
Too late. It's going in. It's going in.
You are really going to have the ship discounts on Fridays.
It'll be the ship that I use for when I am just sending the chapter to do something completely stupid.
This is what the reserves use, right?
Ravens.
No. This is what the 10th company uses because it's the most absurd name. Nobody will understand it. So when they hear it over the box, they're just like, "Excuse me, what was your ship called again?"
Wait, what?
Oh, too late. We're talking.
This has Admiral Quip vibes.
This comes on a Friday.
Excuse me, sir. I think your servo skull is malfunctioning. You said what was the ship's name? But anyway, yeah, we'll also have the Swift Dragon as another one of the light cruisers. One of these. The Dauntless is actually like a very sort of normal name for a ship class. Honestly, I'm surprised by that. Like, I am genuinely surprised, especially considering you have the Gothic class battleships. It's a pretty normal name, especially considering the fact that there was the Dauntless dive bomber in World War II. I think there's a Dauntless class that was developed afterwards, a warship Dauntless, or at least a ship called Dauntless. I don't know, but it's one of the few things that surprises me. It always surprises me whenever you see something that seems absurdly like generic but normal in Warhammer 40k being like the name of something used commonly. I guess we should probably get into their combat tactics. That would be a good thing to cover, wouldn't it?
Have we also talked about the details of their training?
Yes, we kind of did actually.
Brainwashing.
Okay.
Lots of brainwashing.
Oh.
Kidnapping.
Well, I feel like these guys really strike me as big hit and run tactics. Real guerrilla fighters. So I think guerrilla fighters sit in that perfect slot between we are infiltrating and we are attacking.
It makes me amused to think of just a Space Marine performing like guerrilla tactics in the middle of an urban environment and somehow disappearing into the crowd.
Sure they're not White Scars?
No, White Scars will very much leave a trail of where it is they were going.
With tire treads.
Anyway, they definitely don't use too much armor. They're very light in the armor department.
Fuzzy, I think calling Latin and Italian mood, I think that's just you.
Yeah, the Imperium uses Gothic, or a Gothic version of Latin, don't they?
I want to say, in a very technical sense, you could be considered correct in the way that like Germans are, in the way that Celtic things are also German in a weird roundabout historical
Hold
way.
on. No.
Birch is about to slap you as a Luxembourger. He is about to slap you.
Hold on, I'm talking ancient Celts. The ancient Celts extended through to Central Europe. Don't at me.
German is quite literally a Germanic language. Celtic is up
I'm
in
not talking
English
language.
Isles.
I'm not talking language. I'm talking culture.
It's also not a Celtic culture.
We're talking about
Really not.
I'm talking ancient civilizations, my guy.
Even ancient, it's not really Celtic.
Ancient Celts. This is a whole thing. I'm gonna have to look up the territory of the Celts during the time of Vercingetorix here, or Vercingetorix every.
It's Leif Erikson Day.
Give me a sec. He's the Gallic.
It's not Leif Erikson Day. Also, Birch, we missed Back to the Future Day. How could we do this?
It's the Gauls, right? Were the Gauls not part of the Celtic?
No, Gauls were not.
No, the Gauls were the
Celtic
French
group.
The Gauls were French.
Well, the Gauls are.
The Gauls are a Celtic tribe. Yeah.
No.
No.
To be fair to the Romans, everything was a Celtic tribe.
Google it.
No, to the Romans, everything was barbaric.
You can straight up Google this, that the Gauls were a Celtic tribe. Great read if you want to read about the life of Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix is a very interesting figure who basically stood to fight Rome and got absolutely thrashed, unfortunately.
Julius Caesar is a scary guy.
I don't think that was during the time of Caesar.
This 100% was during the time of Caesar.
Yeah.
Caesar was a title, but this was Julius.
No, I mean Julius.
This was back when...
this was the time of
Julius Caesar.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes,
well,
Julius
this was
Caesar.
before he became Caesar.
This is where we're getting into history that I know, okay? Julius Caesar, it's the Gallic Wars, when they're attempting to conquer parts of what would be considered Gaul, I suppose, of the Gallic tribes. Vercingetorix was kind of a not really a king. He's a uniting figure that attempted to rally these tribes up to stand against Caesar, and was not quite abandoned, but definitely got murked and was taken by Rome and defeated. And he really hands it to the Gallic people there. But no, I'm wholesale. I'm not going to back down on this. I am 98% sure that the Gauls were considered a Celtic tribe, and we are looking at history that is of a very specific point where you can't think like, oh yeah, Celtic. You know, we have a certain modern connotation of what like Celtic means, but like these are ancient civilizations. We're talking like BC, so.
Anyway, back to battle tactics.
Yeah, I was about to say. So back to the Rift Dragons battle tactics.
Back to the 41st millennium. I enjoyed your tangent. It was definitely fun. But can you two calm down about ancient history for 5 minutes, please?
We haven't even been going for 5 minutes. I didn't get a word in.
Exactly. You're a servo skull.
That's me.
No, it's not. I'm just stating facts.
You know what? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Someone feel free to cite sources if I'm wrong on that. I'm allowed to be wrong. I don't think I am. I'm allowed to be.
I'm allowed to be wrong, but I don't believe I am. Anyway.
Some of you.
Some of this information may be wrong, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Modern news outlets in a nutshell.
Don't mind me. I'm just going to be reading about Gaul while you establish your tactics.
Anyway, I do agree that they probably do fight less conventionally and more in the hit and run department. They will usually attempt to flank their enemies through use of Thunderhawks and the what's the hovering like scout vehicle? Forget what it's called.
Hovering scout vehicle, like the modern one. That's an impulsor.
I meant like the old one that you see in Dawn of War.
Oh, those are land speeders.
Yeah, land speeders. There we go.
Oh yeah, I knew they had an obvious name.
Ah, yes, just like the Land Raider, named after land. I forget what his first name is.
I love Arkan Land so much.
No comment, Birch, on the fact that the Land Raider is named after a man named Arkan Land.
What am I supposed to comment on that?
I don't know. The fact that it's stupid.
It's Warhammer. All of it is ridiculous.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Anyways, back to the topic. They use land speeders, whatever the scout bikes are. I forget what they are called. And Thunderhawks.
The scout bikes, I think, are actually just called scout bikes.
Fair enough. I'm sure deep in the lore there's some genuine name for them, but on the tabletop it's just scout bike land speeder.
Scout was
Back in like the first edition rulebook.
It's named after Arkan Scout.
Oh yes, cousin to Arkan Land.
It's an Astartes.
Who was cousins with Arkan?
Named after
Who
the
was cousins
same
with Arkan
grandfather.
Scouts? Who was cousins with Arkan Speed?
It's actually just called an Astartes scout bike.
Fair enough.
So
Anyway,
I guess it's named after Astartes.
They use scout bikes, land speeders, Thunderhawks, and the new Primaris land speeder because Games Workshop won't let the Primaris fit into any of the old toys. What do you mean he can't fit? This thing can fit a Terminator. Yeah, but he can't fit.
So what you're saying is they have an emphasis on the running part of the hit and run.
Well, more so they use the vehicles to quickly flank their enemies, and then they will hop out and massacre everybody in the flank. Just do it as quickly as possible. And then
so the running part.
Pull out and then hit another flank. And sometimes, maybe, just maybe, leave a few war crimes lying around in the flank that you just flanked and a few of the injured people you left alive. A few maybe, explosive charges just ready to go off the moment one of these wounded people gets tended to. The Rift Dragons are not nice people.
Even with their Friday discounts?
They have no respect for their enemies. More because of their overconfidence in how stealthy they are.
Lost.
They will also engage in... The 10th Company will engage in infiltration tactics when they're doing reconnaissance. So sometimes when they're committing a flank, several of the troops within that flank will suddenly reveal themselves to be Rift Dragons and begin massacring the men that they have infiltrated.
Can you call that tactic a Black Friday sale?
Wait.
Your body half off.
So they'll infiltrate other traitor Astartes?
They specifically infiltrate Alpha Legion warbands.
This just sounds like heresy.
Because entirely of the fact that their infiltration of Alpha Legion warbands is what led to them eventually figuring out that their gene seed was half Alpha Legion. Oh, and hey, we can have the lore be that Birch was the servo skull we found and painfully extracted that information from. We're just we're making so much fun lore here. And none of it's canon.
None of it's canon. All was for naught.
None of this is canon. I love homebrewing chapters because none of it's canon. You can either go hard in on being as faithful to the lore as possible, or you can just be extremely silly with it. And just, understand the fact that people will yell at you that it's extremely silly, but that's the point of it.
That's sort of the point where they make Warhammer awesome. Is that it's so nebulous, is that you can create something so bonkersly stupid and it still works.
Yeah, but don't go too stupid, otherwise then it doesn't work. There's a point at which you get too stupid with it. Let's see. When it comes down to dreadnoughts, usually they will kind of just execute Space Marines that are too injured. So they don't have many dreadnoughts.
Gotta have a hell of a recruitment plan. That is such a waste of resources.
They do have a small handful of dreadnoughts. 5 of them. Specifically. Just 5. 5 for the whole chapter to share. And 3 of them are specifically dedicated to the Twin Ravens company.
If they go out to execute their brethren, at least it's easy to get gene seed that way. You're right there already, so you can just take it.
You're almost dead. I might as well just put the bullet in you and take the gene seed. Oh, you know what? That brings up a good topic. Do they take the gene seed out of their battle brothers who they put in dreadnoughts? Or do they take it out after the dreadnought dies?
So the gene seed, my understanding of the gene seed is isn't it like technically a gland?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So it depends on if that has, I'm going to look this up, and that depends on if it has some secondary function. Because the Marine needs to stay alive.
It's technically 2 glands. One they can remove early on, and then another one that they can only remove post-mortem, because it is too complicated to remove it while they live. They could literally die if you try and remove it.
Well, that's something clearly this chapter doesn't have any qualms with.
Yeah.
Listen, poor Dante's took 3 last cannon shots to the head. Like they do not, they have very little disregard for their own lives. The reason they developed their more hit and run tactics was entirely because of Dante's one attempt at a headlong charge into the enemy, which resulted in 3 last cannon shots to the head. So Dante's influence over the chapter continues on even after his death.
It looks like the gene seed is required for propel? Sorry. It looks like the gene seed is required for proper hormonal regulation regarding like the extra 19 organs they have. So you'd probably go into organ failure pretty quick without your gene seed.
Fair enough. But anyway, there's the reason they have a small collection of dreadnoughts is more because they only managed to acquire 5 dreadnoughts, and that was it. That's all they managed to.
Yard scale.
You'd be surprised, but that's kind of how dreadnoughts work. A lot of the time, you're not getting like a fresh new dreadnought. You're getting one that's been put back together from pieces of other dreadnoughts.
Yeah, because the actual dreadnought machine is never unique.
It's also very expensive to construct a new one.
I know that, but I mean, like, you literally got it on a yard sale. Some other chapter was like, yeah, we don't need these anymore, just...
Basically, when the new Primaris ones were coming out, these guys were just rounding up any form of dreadnought that they could.
This dreadnought smells like it was previously owned. Who owned this dreadnought?
The Space Wolves.
That was Brother Cigarette.
Oh, that hits hard too, because I bought a PS4 controller not too long ago, and it smelled like a fucking cigarette.
Yeah,
It just smells like
sometimes
tobacco.
you gotta open them up and spray them with that Febreze.
When you get that used dreadnought that kind of smells like a bowling alley. That's good stuff.
All right, Fuzzy, you have a nice night. We will continue to have a fun rest of stream. Let's see here.
Don't die.
And Birch, I would like to apologize for popping off earlier if I wasn't letting you, if I was kind of going nuts.
It's fine.
I was just kind of playing into the moment. I don't really.
They are not that hostile normally.
Normally.
Unless you ask them to draw a Space Marine.
Those were not like shouts or volume of anger. I was just kind of getting into the back
heat of the moment.
Yeah, no, I understand it. Don't worry about it.
All right, good. I just
rolling with the flow over the magma.
Anyway, Dave, you're writing this down about the number of dreadnoughts we have, right?
What's the name of the? There's a massive question we've not answered. What do they call the dragon?
Fluffy.
No, he ain't Fluffy.
Oh,
Daily.
Then it's Bubbles.
No, we're not calling him Bubbles.
Oh, come on.
It's the reanimated corpse of the second Edmus Dantes.
Can he be, what's Edmund Dantes backwards? Seatnad Midness.
I think we'll just go with the first half of that sentence. The first half sounded fine. The second half, did not go well at all.
Seatnad?
Yeah, Seatnad.
That's gonna look terrible.
That sounds wrong.
Well, considering it's a corpse that turned into a dragon.
That's EI. Isn't that excite Nad?
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah,
close enough.
It would be Sightnad.
Good enough.
Sightnad's not terrible for a dragon.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent dragon name. We could also just, if we really wanted to, revert him back to his name that he had before he was Edmus Dantes. But now, Mellitus. It's at the top. Meltanus.
Let's make it Meltanus.
Yeah, Meltanus.
Oh fuck! I wrote that on the wrong one.
His name was. I mean, the Birch. Would you like to know about the poor dragon that's locked in the basement?
Do I have a choice? I have the Silver Skull. I probably have that information somewhere, apparently.
Yes, it's on the bulletin list. Should we get back to the topic of the dragon? Like actually, we're on the dreadnought topic at the moment. Let's try to.
Yes.
We'll get back to the dragon in a bit. Yeah, they get all their dreadnoughts basically secondhand, so they rarely deploy them. More out of the fact that they only have the 5 of them, so deploying them is kind of a huge risk for them. Because if any one of them gets damaged, getting replacement parts for that is going to be hard. So they only really deploy them when they either view the battle as basically having been won and the dreadnoughts are getting antsy. Brother, I would like to actually kill something sometime this millennium. Now hold on a moment. They're almost all dead.
It's called the second-hand shop.
Anyway, they do enjoy themselves a good drop pod deployment behind enemy lines as well. Just, could we possibly have made any more noise? Pulls out a heavy
steel raid.
No. That's a Black Templar thing, and that's where they literally throw them at the enemy.
Was it Steel Rain, Blood Ravens?
No, Steel Rain is a Black Templars. It's where they literally launch the Space Marines out the tubes. No drop pod. Low altitude, just fire them at the enemy. So I'm pretty sure I sent you a meme on this.
I don't know. I just know the soundbite from Dawn of War.
Yeah, I sent you the meme link. Give me a moment.
Oh, you sent that to me while I was at work. I haven't gotten to play catch up yet. I got home, got out of my car, walked into my room, turned on my microphone, and we started.
You did comment on the thing that I said, the things allowed on YouTube these days. Of course, you comment on that one.
Well, that's because I also...
Just remember, never try to flirt with the Sisters of Battle. It will not end well.
Not to incriminate myself, I hope one of our not very specific audience is not anyone who ever would know me, but I also do dick at work. I do dick about shit. As they say.
What?
I just don't. I don't.
You work for the state, I see.
I see, you work in the IRS.
The problem is I actually work really hard, which means that's punctuated by times where I just like completely
suddenly have jack shit to
do nothing. Yeah. And not always while we're caught up, but it's just because I get burnt out. But that's neither here nor there. That's also why your commissions take so long. Sorry, Valak.
It's fine. I mean, this one actually came out fairly quickly compared to a lot of the other ones, especially that one that took a whole year to do.
That's because I've let you down so historically.
It's fine. You're fine. You always make sure to at least provide me with a finished product. That's more than I can say for some of the people I've commissioned.
This is true.
The other one.
What you're saying is,
no. Birch also provides finished products. No. You set the middle bar. You set the middle bar.
I want to lower it.
No, you can't lower the bar. Trust me.
Okay.
The only way you could lower the bar is to take my money and
lower the bar.
The only way you could lower it is to take the money and not provide me anything.
Damn, that's so mean.
I know. I've had this happen twice.
I'm gonna use that tomorrow. I'm gonna say that to someone. Guys, anyone who's listening to this right now, tell someone you love that they can't lower the bar.
Damn, that sounds like a young me phrase. I finally have
and
context.
Then when you're disappointed in them, you can just say, I didn't think you could lower the bar, but here we are.
You can lower the bar.
The bar was this low, it was practically in hell, and yet here we are, limbo dancing with the devil!
We're down in the
you know what we gotta do? The next stream, we'll do your chapter, and then next time we convene to do this, we have to make Birch or Dave come up with a chapter.
Oh dear.
That sounds great. I'll have to get all my notes together. The thing is, I actually have... This is a thing I do, because I really like the... I'm a big fan of the Heresy Black Library books. I have really long, narrative... It's essentially... it crosses the fan fiction line where it's too well developed to be just a little excerpt, but between me and my friends who all do these really narrative heavy games and all have our own custom chapters, we actually have an 83-page book that's just a compendium of all of our written lore and stories.
Just this one small corner of the Imperium that's been a hellscape.
Yeah, where it's really...
that's the beauty of 40K.
Yeah, it's so big that you can have all of this happen, and it might generate a single bureaucratic note somewhere in the basement of someone important.
Just in the corner of the Astra Militarum. They exist.
I hate to be this guy, but we should probably get through another point or two because my consultation.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think we'd be this long.
my consultation is starting to wind down.
All right.
I am on a contract.
He's on contractual loan from the Space Wolves.
Contractual loan from the Space Bats.
The Space Bats. Yes, Mother Bat.
Mother Bat. God. I'm gonna be trapped here forever.
Well, I can't say sister because the sisters of battle are a different thing. So I have to and mother rhymes with brother, so it's funny. The comedy writes itself. Mother, I am pinned here. Mother, I have fallen.
Mother,
that sounds so wrong.
Foul.
Mother,
that sounds so wrong.
I think I've seen that video.
Oh God.
Anyway,
all right.
Where can we go? I got maybe just a few.
We got
minutes.
the dreadnoughts done and over with. More or less. I guess we should probably list their relationships with other groups within the Imperium.
I would imagine
they don't like the Inquisition. They really don't like the Inquisition.
I don't know why. I get the inkling that they would almost not deal with because there's that just super ingrained hatred of Xenos, but in the same way that a rogue trader might take advantage of Xenos.
I mean, they'll take advantage of anything as long as it's, for the
but
Emperor.
You know what I mean? The way that like an Eldar might chill out with a rogue trader, Yeah, they can operate with other, races as long as, they aren't given orders to murder them. When they're given the order to murder, they will basically order 66 their new Xeno allies. Oh, it's not out of fondness. It's just solely allies of advantage.
Yeah, basically, it's an advantage until suddenly you're either ordered to kill them or it's no longer to your advantage. When they suddenly have gone from being an advantage to being the problem.
In this way, Gilliman and this chapter finally have some common ground.
Yeah, they don't like Gilliman. Other than the fact that the Firstborns don't like the Primaris for being less stealthy, they kind of look at him with a bit of suspicion, like they do with any other like high-ranking Imperial authority other than the Emperor himself. They basically look at the Inquisition and the Primarch as basically a pair of we really should be concerned about this because if they ever find out we're part Alpha Legion, oh Jesus, are we dead? We're so dead if they do.
I don't know. Well, do you mean that from a gene stock angle, or do you mean that from like
they basically have a bit of a paranoia towards it. It's one of the reasons they don't reveal this information to anybody else, and why they also scold the Primaris for being more open about it.
Like, the wonderful irony is the Imperium is very much so at this point in Imperial history, just using any gene stock they have to make Primaris Space Marines, including Chaos genes, because generally those tend to be really stable for some reason.
Surprisingly enough, the stable gene seeds were the ones that went Chaos.
Yeah, but they weren't Chaos. They didn't go Chaos because they had some genetic defect, unless you're the Thousand Sons. They just went Chaos because they're assholes. But that's the only. I might have already.
To be fair, some of them didn't have a choice in being assholes. Some of them had nails put in their head.
I've already made this joke.
I don't remember
the
the Thousand
who is
Sons.
genetically an asshole is the Iron Warrior.
In regards to the Thousand Sons, I don't remember turning to dust being a genetic defect.
Turning to dust is not, but the flesh change.
The flesh change that led them to turning to dust. That was a genetic defect.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, because they decided, well, turning to dust is better than this genetic defect. So yeah, that's how that happened. And then they were like, "Nah, turning to dust is kind of lame."
The flesh change apparently started after turning traitor, so that is not a genetic flaw. That's probably a chaos
No, the flesh
thing.
change took place even before they turned traitor.
Yeah, it was a thing that popped up, and
it was a thing that Magnus had
waves.
temporarily cured for a while because he made a deal with some warped
actually,
entity.
it is warp corruption, but it's just due to their psychic powers. I see.
Yeah, so technically, somewhat genetic flaw. A mild
It's
genetic
corrupted
flaw.
the gene seed at the very least.
Yeah.
Well, what's left of it? All like 4 glands that exist. Unless you're of the mindset, and I do love this theory. There is a theory that the Blood Ravens use Thousand Suns gene seed. I don't know where it comes from, but I love that theory.
I could see it. They have so many psychers. And their chapter master is a psyker as well. And don't they have their own like little council and shit?
There's a rabbit hole there, and if you're a big Warhammer fan, absolutely take the time to go down that rabbit hole because there's more evidence than you think. Follow the numbers.
The numbers,
Magnus. What do they mean?
God, yeah, I knew that would happen. Yeah. All right.
All right. Let's get one more bullet point done, and then we'll call it. So let's see. We got the dreadnoughts. We got the fact that they don't like Gilliman, and that they even in the modern setting of the 41st millennium, they still view it as if it's more a combination of the fact that their gene seed is half Alpha Legion, but also the fact that their entire chapter was founded by an Alpha Legionnaire. So it brings in it would bring in more questions that they wouldn't exactly enjoy answering because they wouldn't have any of the answers for, which is one of the reasons they're constantly trying to get information from the Alpha Legion on Edmus Dantes, because if they can finally figure out whether or not they were meant to be some sort of sleeper agent cell or not, they could finally somewhat rest a bit easier. But for now, they are in this sense of paranoia of they don't know if they were meant to be like some sort of covert Alpha Legion 4D chess game, or if they were just created because Edmus Dantes was given orders to make a loyalist Alpha Legion or not. So they just constantly try to find Alpha Legion wherever they can, and very unsuccessfully interrogate the Alpha Legion members that they capture. Not a great record for them. Not a great track record, but they do help out the Imperium wherever they can. The ninth company, the Twin Ravens company, acts a bit differently to the rest of the chapter, at least in terms of their battle tactics. They will fight a bit more generically in terms of Space Marine tactics, and will usually follow orders to the direct letter, more so that way then they can keep up the appearance of being a completely distinct chapter that totally isn't related. But it's also maybe totally just engaging in some 4D chess with some Alpha Legion or whatever. Who knows?
Some trickery.
The ninth company is basically operates independently of the rest of the chapter, though they still get their Space Marines from the chapter. The only time the chapter specifically will call them in is whenever they need to engage in operations on a planet with known Inquisition members, because it's easier to send in a group that doesn't look like you to answer false questions than it would be to send in the Rift Dragons themselves.
We love some shenanigans.
Yeah.
A little tomfoolery.
Yeah. They have on rare occasions attempted to infiltrate other loyalist chapters. Varying success rates with that one. This is more so that way then they can get a sort of gauge on what it is these chapters think of the Rift Dragons and if any of them have found out any of the secrets.
It's so they can work on their how you call it, the
Brother, I know this is an unrelated question, but how do you feel about those Rift Dragon fellows, eh?
You guys look really similar, like visually.
No, completely different. Old family recipe.
I see. 4 twin ravens.
Yes.
And you call them the twin ravens despite the fact that these are clearly dragons.
But you see, excuse me for one moment. Oh, well, I'm pooped.
Just like walking backward into the frickin' storm eagle or whatever.
he just walks backwards into the wall like Homer Simpson's goes into
That's good stuff. I do have to make my own exit.
All right, we'll wrap things up. Any final words, everybody? Who wants to go first? Virtually, Alice, you go first.
Did you start a countdown?
No, I have not started a countdown yet. I am about to, though.
Find me on my socials. They should be somewhere. Are they somewhere?
There's one linked on the Twitter. The Twitter post of it. If you wanna add more of your socials into like the Discord, feel free to.
I'm gonna be Alice of Bats on pretty much everything unless I'm our Batra official. Find me on my socials. I do art there. I'm probably going to continue to pop up here, so I should see you around. And that's all I had to say.
All right, Dave, you're up. Anything you want to say after having been given like a whole 10 seconds last time? His silence speaks 1,000 words.
Dave is dead. Is not big surprise.
If silence speaks 0 words.
Exactly. Solves all problems. I think he went to the bathroom. Oh well. Anyway, Birch, any final words?
I have no mouth and I must scream.
Good for you. Anyway, thank you once again to everybody that joined in for today's stream. Dave, have you solved your issue? He has not solved his issue. he has a mouth, but he cannot scream. Anyway, you can probably encounter us in the Discord down below, linked. If you ever want to come and try and chat with any of us whenever we're hanging out in general. Because sometimes I will be hanging out in general, and sometimes I will drag one of these foolish people who want to probably not be involved in whatever stupid shenanigan I have come up with today into said stupid shenanigan. Don't forget to check out the YouTube channel where I will post the fully linked together version of this, which I guess this will be the final bit of lore because I don't think we can come up with anything else. Don't forget to check out
He says find me on YouTube.
All right.
Find Dave on YouTube.
Yes, find Dave on YouTube. Yes. Which is also linked on the Twitter. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. I didn't get to finish, but goodbye.
Okay. There's now a secret part. Which is
the
right
secret
now.
Part. Yes.
I'm sorry. I saw his message. I didn't want to lose it.
All right, that concludes the secret part. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, everybody on YouTube. We hope you enjoyed watching these two parts be stitched together in a horrific fashion. Goodbye.